What I watched, it's a thing. It exists still. I wanted to get that out of the way right off the bat because, look, I mean, I'm sure that there was an expectation that I was going to put out a what I watched video every single month, and myself included. There was an expectation that I was going to do that. And I think that would have happened. I think unfortunately, there were a couple things that really did hold that back. One of them was that it just took me so long to finally catch up on, like, 2021 stuff. If you guys remember, I didn't finish until April, so that kind of held me back. To be completely honest with you guys, I just never had any fucking time to catch up. Like, the way that I've been structuring these What I Watch things is I make a list of films that I plan to talk about in the What I Watched video, unless there's one that I realize I can't just do a What I Watched for. I have to do, like, its own, like, separate review. And I just haven't been able to set aside time to watch them until now. So ultimately, you know, it's quite a predicament now, knowing that it's now halfway through the year and I haven't gotten any of these out. So what the hell am I gonna do? Well, there were a couple options. One of them was just forego it, do a catch-up review, move on. But I really don't want to do that because I haven't given you guys the What I Watch videos that I think you guys do deserve. I know you guys enjoyed these videos, and I want to kind of, like, you know, make up for the content that I haven't been able to produce when it comes to the What I Watch videos. So what I ultimately decided to do is I'm going to do a series of 2 videos. This first one is going to be all of the films that I had to do from January through March, and the second one will be all the films from April till May. And then I will do, like, a separate one in June. I think this is just, like, the easiest way to go about it. Yes, there are a lot of films to talk about in this video. I don't know how long this video is going to be. It could be an hour. It could be an hour and a half. It could be fucking 3 hours for all I know. I have no idea how long this is really going to be, but I'm not going to talk at length about some of these as much as I usually would, just for the sake of time. I don't want to spend, like, 5 minutes on every single film. So some of this will be presented more as, like, a catch-up review sort of thing, but I'm gonna try to, you know, the ones that I really have a lot to say about, I'm definitely going to put forth the effort to do so. So again, I do apologize for this video taking so long, but I hope this is, like, a fun way to kind of, like, even out the very large body of work that I'm about to put out in terms of these videos, because there's a lot of films to talk about, and I think it's just the easiest way to go about it. So we're just gonna go ahead and start off with the first film. Like I said, we are going to start off with January here, and the first one we're going to be talking about is a movie that I don't think a lot of people have seen, and that's a film called See For Me. This was actually the first 2022 movie that I watched, so it's a very interesting one to talk about. I really didn't know, like, too much going into this at all. I don't think I discussed it on, like, the movie preview or anything like that, so I went into this one, like, pretty cold. I don't want to say blind because that would be too easy of a pun to make here, but this film is really damn good. I really wish more people were talking about it. Right off the bat, Skylar Davenport is fantastic in this film. I have not seen a lot from them as an actor before. I'm not all that familiar with their other work, but they are remarkable in this movie. I think one of the things that really sticks out about their performance is just how personal of a work this really is for them. At points, it kind of feels like they're not acting, just because of the fact that, I mean, the whole film is centered around, you know, them, like, their character being blind and, like, having to kind of not necessarily struggle with it, but having to deal with, you know, what that really, you know, the complications of that and things like that. And I think that's something that this movie did actually portray really well, and it kind of adds this personal touch to the film, considering that they are, like, visually impaired themselves. So any scene you see in the movie where the character of Sophie is struggling to, you know, is struggling to get out of the situation, or, you know, she can't do much because she doesn't have that, you know, the visual aid that she can't normally rely on. But I also really like what they do in terms of this story, where, yeah, a lot of it is, like, there are these, you know, robbers that are coming in because Sophie is cat sitting, and all of a sudden there's, like, these group of guys that come into this mansion and they try to invade for this safe or whatever. This is a concept we've seen done a ton of times, and what I like about this film is they they find ways to make it feel fresh. Sophie bonding with this first-person gamer, for example, is not something that I would have expected, but it honestly becomes one of the best parts of the film. This first-person gamer, the way that Sophie really ends up entrusting her to help her through like this situation, I thought was really well done, and you kind of get a sense of who, you know, this character Kelly really is, why she wants to help her out, and things like that. The whole idea of this app that's created, I think all of that is really well done. The bond that these two form is one that you do end up really latching onto, and again, I think there's a lot here that just really helps this film, you know, feel fresh. It feels very unique in that way, and it's very impressive what they were able to really come up with, and I think that's something that definitely does stick out. That being said, I do think the film points can be a little too simplistic in some areas. You know, while there are a lot of things that are added here, it really is just Sophie trying to get these, you know, robbers out of the house, trying to get them to not open up this safe. And there are some points where the film stretches a bit in terms of believability. You know, Sophie very easily taking down these men. It's just a little hard to believe. There are many moments where, you know, it seems like she shouldn't be able to get out of this as easily as she is. And that's not the case. She's able to get out of it pretty easily. But, you know, that's something that a lot of these films are going to take issue with, so I'm not really going to fault the film for it too much. What I will fault the film for is the burglars themselves are fucking nothing in terms of characters. There is nothing given to them whatsoever. They have a very basic mission, and that's it. Like, I couldn't tell you any of their names. I couldn't tell you who they are. They're terrible. The actors themselves, I didn't think were very good here either. I just, nothing really to say in terms of their whole sort of plot. I also do think the setup for this movie was just a little bit rushed. We get a sense of who Sophie really wants to be. She wants to compete in like this, the Olympics of sorts. She's this, you know, very good, you know, she's this very good like skier. This is something that she herself really does want to do. But then after going blind, you can see that it's kind of lessened her motivation a bit. And she isn't as sure if she really wants to pursue this anymore. And I think that storyline they could have done a better job with. But the third act, I think, really does help this film come together. I mean, the third act is generally very satisfying. It's even emotional at points. And I really did like the way this film ended up wrapping up. I think this film is also very generally suspenseful. I was never really bored with this movie. Like, I don't think this film, like, I wasn't really, like, checking out of it or anything like that. So, yeah, just in general, a much better film than I think it had any right to be. It's a very effective home invasion thriller that I think a lot of people are probably have skipped out on and are going to continue to skip out on. It's unfortunate because I do think it is a cut above the rest in terms of those. So definitely do recommend this one. Skylar Davenport's performance alone and the directing is enough for reason to really check this one out. So B- for C for me. Really wish more people were giving this one a little bit more love than it deserves. Jesus Christ, Brazen. Look, we're in January, so there's gonna be some inevitably really shitty movies to talk about here. But Brazen is truly one of the worst that we're talking about, I think. Just in this, not just in this month, but in this video alone. This film in general, the best way to describe it is it feels like two completely different movies. One half of the film is this really schmaltzy, like almost Hallmarky type romance between Alyssa Milano's character and this guy who I couldn't even bother to tell you what his name was. Like, I literally don't remember what's going on there. It's incredibly hokey to watch. There's this terrible, like, cheesy pop music that plays in the background, and I couldn't stand any of it. The other half of this is trying to be this, like, mystery of sorts, and it is one of the worst that I have seen in so long. So the movie starts out, right? And we get this, what seems like this pretty important story for our main character. We find out that she's like frequenting in drugs and, you know, her life is kind of going down the shitter. She is now in this custody battle with like her husband of sorts and, well, her ex of sorts. And, you know, you think that that's going to be a big part of the film. This is going to be like a major part of her story. Well, I'm sad to tell you, that only happens in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the movie. And after that, it's never brought up again. Like, it literally amounts to fucking nothing. And I'm just like, why would you even introduce this? Why would we introduce that Alyssa Milano's character has, all these alcohol issues, and, she's frequenting in drugs, and she's like this train wreck of sorts, and then the rest of the movie barely even focus on it. And that's one of many ideas that were just not at all well thought out in this movie. But then you get to the mystery here, the whole mystery that goes down about her sister, and it's one of the most predictable that I've seen in so long. I have not been able to predict a killer reveal so instantaneously in a long time, and this is not me being hyperbolic. Like, the second this character showed up in the movie, I'm like, yeah, it's this person. Like, obviously, it's this person. And won't you know, it's that fucking person. Like, it's so easy to figure out. And the problem I have with it is not just how predictable it is, but they spend so much time on this mystery, and none of it is interesting. They never really plant any clues or anything interesting like that. And they really don't do much with this sister dynamic. It really is just, I'm an author, and so because of me writing mysteries, I'm gonna have this killer instinct, and I'm gonna be able to solve her murder and things like that. But it's like, no, like, she has no idea what she's doing. Like, she has no reason to be in on this investigation. Like, I get it, her sister's a part of it, but like, there's really, if her sister wasn't involved, there's really nothing that Grace as a character really brings to the table here. And that also just really pissed me off. The line delivery in this film is also so bad. There's so many terrible lines throughout this movie, and like I said, the writing here is just so nonsensical after a while. The way that they try to throw you off, it does not work one bit. There's no point in the movie where they convince you of anything else going on. It's so obvious what's happening, and I just don't think they did a very good job with that. So I think that was really badly done. The cinematography looks like a Lifetime movie. The whole movie, honestly, has this very, like, Lifetime type feel to it. It doesn't feel like a real movie. It doesn't really feel like something that necessarily, would get this, like, big budget. It's another film where, like, you watch it and you just question why Netflix would spend any time, developing this. Why would they want to take this project on? Because it is so horribly handled. The twist in the movie is laughably stupid, especially because of how predictable it is. It's not really a twist at all. The way the movie ends is just so convenient. There's not a single good performance, I think, throughout this entire movie. I think the only thing that really saves it is that there are moments where you see some potential. There are moments where the film does hint at being something a little bit better than what it is. But my God, other than that, this film is just such a train wreck, and I hated basically every single second of it. It's one of the worst of its kind, for sure. Definitely one of the worst movies of the year. D- for Brazen. I generally was just so baffled throughout this entire thing. There's a lot of mysteries out there that I'm kind of like, they're not the worst thing ever, but this one is very high up in terms of, like, the worst possible ones that I've seen. This is like some hokey, this is like some stupid Lifetime shit that, like, you probably bypass, but yet now it's on Netflix. And if these are the kind of films that Netflix are going to invest in, I just don't know what to say anymore. But yeah, it's shit. Next movie. Belle, on the other hand, is great. I really wish more people were talking about this one. I know people were when it came out, but I feel like since then, the hype for it's kind of died down, and it's unfortunate because I think this is a really special movie. What I really love about this film right off the bat is really the story we're dealing with here. Our main character that we're following in this movie is someone that I think a lot of people are going to be able to latch onto. Our main character of Suzu. This is someone who, she had this really close relationship with her mother. She was someone who is a very talented singer, but her mother's now passed away, and has never really been able to fully get over it or fully forgive her mother. She kind of blames her mother as a reasoning for why she refuses to sing, why she refuses to participate in that, and she's kind of become this, like, outcast of sorts, and we can see she's a lot more, like, closed off in that way. But then with the emergence of this app that comes through, that kind of gives her this opportunity to become this avatar known as Belle, which is which is not only the English translation of her name, but it's also kind of gives her the opportunity to show this more outgoing, lively side of herself that she kind of hides from everyone else. I think is just a really great idea. This film does such a great job exploring issues of grief, issues of trauma, issues of, insecurity and things like that. I think all those things are really well explored in the movie, but Suzu's also just such an easy character to root for because you get her dilemma. I think we've all been in Suzu's position where it's like there's this side of ourselves that we want to be. We want to be this, lively, heightened version. We want to be popular. We want everyone to love us. We want to be able to really fully embrace our talents, but we're scared. We're kind of like stifled because of shit that happens. And I think a lot of people have been in that position before. And I think, this film does such a great job of seeing Suzu slowly start to embrace this side of her and slowly start to realize that, her true potential in the world, but also her kind of grappling with her mom's death and kind of getting that clarity. It's a really beautiful story all around. And so the only thing I will say about this movie that I kind of hate is that, unfortunately, I wasn't able to see this in theaters, so I rented it, and I had to watch the dubbed version, but I will say, much better dubbing than, most films out there. I generally think the dubbing is actually pretty good here, and Kylie McNeil is a big reason as to why. I think she is fantastic in this role, really brings Suzu to life, makes her feel so, authentic in that way, and I think it adds to the likability of Suzu as a character. I think that's something that works really well when it comes to this movie, and I thought that they did a really good job with that. But then you focus on this character of the dragon, or, the beast, because this is kind of this modern-esque version of Beauty and the Beast, which very loosely based. I would not say it's that similar. It's similar in the sense where the dragon is seen as, this villainous presence, and he's seen as, kind of disgusting looking and things like that. But where it differs is that the dragon also has this huge fan base behind him. A lot of people are supporting the dragon and see him as the hero and things like that. And I thought that was a really nice touch on this character. And when they start to dive deeper into the dragon and, what's really going on with him, we kind of have this mystery of sorts where we don't really know who the dragon is. And Belle, and Suzu, as the movie goes on, is more and more eager to discover, the identity behind the dragon, because she starts to get closer with the dragon. She starts to bond with the dragon, see him more as just this monster of sorts. I think the film does a really good job in presenting this mystery, and the way it played out generally really surprised me, but it made so much more sense when, with something earlier that was revealed. It just brought the whole film full circle. It was the perfect kind of twist in that way, and I thought they did a really strong job with that. I was very impressed by what they ended up doing when it came to that part of the film. Also, the animation here is just absolutely gorgeous. What I really like about this film is the animation styles are a little bit different. When we're in the real world, things are just kind of standard anime type animation, but then when we're in the world of You, everything's much more lively, everything's kind of more 3D and things like that. It's really cool what they ended up doing. I think the textures and the contrast between those two things really make this one of the most beautifully animated films that I've seen in quite a bit. I just really love the animation a lot here. Also, some really great music in this movie. I did not know that Kylie McNeil is actually a singer in real life. She did the majority of the music for this film, and she performs it very well. I really liked a lot of the music in this film. I think that it's not the kind of music that gets too repetitive in that way. It just added to the film, and I thought that they did a really good job with that. So again, there's a lot to really like about this one. I think the directing is very strong here. It's very fun at points, but it also has this really nice emotional core to it with an ending that generally almost brought me to tears. I was just so impressed by how swept up I was getting within everything in this movie. I think the only thing that really brings it down are a couple of the side characters here just aren't all that well explored. There's a guy that Suzu likes, and he's just kind of one note. There's not really a ton to him in this movie. I felt her relationship with her dad was also kind of unexplored. I wanted to see a little bit more of what was going on there. I also did think the movie, there were points where every so often it does drag, but the 2-hour runtime was definitely justified. Like, it definitely needed to be around that length for sure to like really tell the story to its fullest potential. But yeah, overall, I was just a really big fan of this one. I wish a lot more people were talking about it. Hunter Schafer's also in the dubbed version, and I think she does a pretty good job here. It's not like the biggest role or anything, but I liked what she ended up doing for sure. So yeah, overall, I end up being a really big fan of this one. I think this is a film that I just wish a lot more people were talking about. I don't normally see a lot of these like anime type movies, but watching how good this one is, I definitely want to seek out more of them, because I think that the way they were able to, you know, portray emotion and kind of be this allegory for grief and things like that, but also kind of pay tribute to Beauty and the Beast and all that stuff. I just think this film did it in such a seamless way, and I was just very impressed with how everything came together. So A- for Belle. Definitely wish more people were talking about this one for sure. Unfortunately, we transitioned from an animated film that I really liked a lot to one that really let me down, Hotel Transylvania, Transformania. Look, I shouldn't be surprised that this one isn't really that great, considering that it's taken so long for this movie to come out, but I mean, it was also COVID time. Like, I mean, it still is COVID times, but not in the sense of release dates. This was another film that was switched around constantly. But this fact that it was going to Amazon Prime and not going directly to theaters when stuff like fucking Addams Family 2 has come to theaters, I think definitely should have been a sign that this probably wasn't going to be anything that great. And unfortunately, yeah, it's really not that great. I don't hate this movie. The one thing I will definitely say about it right off the bat is I do think there are some really good ideas here. I like that this film is trying to dive deeper into the relation between Drac and Johnny and how these two still don't really see eye to eye. There's just a lot of things that they really do clash on. You know, Johnny wants to kind of take over the hotel, but Drac isn't really ready for him to do that. That is a nice little story. The problem is the way it's played out in this movie. It feels like something that would work in a 30-minute television special. It does not feel like something that works as like a 90-something minute movie. It just really does drag very quickly, and I think that's something that does significantly bring this film down. I don't think that they did a really great job when it came to keeping my interest within the film. My interest just for a good portion of this movie was just really not there at all, and I think that that's something that weighed the movie down heavily for me. I will definitely say I think Brian Hull is very much a good lead. I like how he, you know, he had big shoes to fill, obviously, because Adam Sandler's so good in the role, but Brian Hull is fantastic when it comes to voice acting. I don't know if you guys have seen like his YouTube and things like that, but shout out to him right off the bat, because he is incredible when it comes to voice acting. He is able to capture the voices of these characters in a way that I generally just don't understand how he's able to get it done so effortlessly every single time, to the point where if you close your eyes you forget that it's him. That's how good he is. And I think he does a great job. Like, he still has the mannerisms, he still has the, you know, the sort of like, you know, heart that this character really does need. Like, that definitely has not gone away at all. What has gone away, I think, really is the sense of direction that Genndy Tartakovsky had. I think every single film, he did a really great job in focusing on the characters and still having those gags in there, but letting them kind of interweave into the situation. You know, the first film was very focused on the idea of fatherhood and accepting the fact that, you know, your daughter's growing up and you need to kind of let her grow up and things like that. Hotel Transylvania 2 focuses more on the idea of getting older, becoming a father, and things like that. And then Hotel Transylvania 3 is more about, moving on and finding your own, like, romantic prospects. I think all three of those films, do a good job of having some kind of consistent theme. This one, it's just not really there. It feels like this movie is way too focused on the comedy and the gags, and unfortunately, a lot of it just really falls flat after a while. Like, yeah, the idea of these two, like, switching places where Johnny is now, like, the monster and Drac is human. Like, that's a funny idea, but they never really do that much with it. It's very, like, obvious one-note type jokes. They don't really go anywhere interesting when it comes to that, and I think that's something that definitely did bring this film down for me. I really was hoping that they would take this a little bit farther, but they really didn't do that at all, and I think that's something that definitely did bring this movie down. And I think that's something that just didn't really work here for me. Also, the other characters in this movie just don't really have a lot to do aside from Drac and Johnny. Like, Mavis, for example, is not really in this as much as she needs to be. And she's a very integral part of this story, but they really just don't give her much to do here other than she's just kind of, like, reacting to everything. There's, like, this rescue mission of sorts that eventually does go down. There's not really a lot of conflict happening throughout this movie. It's more just these two getting along and all the wacky hijinks that kind of do ensue, and them having to eventually, like, sort their differences out. It's very basic in that way, so I don't think that really worked in this movie. The animation is still really good here. That definitely is not a downgrade at all. I think the animation still looks really good in terms of, character designs and whatnot. I don't think that was something that didn't really work in this film, but again, they don't really have a lot for most of these characters to do. I don't think they did a really great job with that, and I just found the story here to just be very weak. It wasn't one that really invested me. I didn't really latch onto that much, and towards the end, there is some genuine heart, but then something happens at the end of this movie, and it just felt so rushed to me. Like, I kind of wish the ending of this movie was the plot of this film, was kind of like a jumping off point, because I think they could have done a little bit more with it, but they never really pushed it that far. So yeah, this just feels very half-assed to me. I feel like at this point, this franchise is very much played out, and I hate to say that because the first three films, I generally do enjoy all of them. This is really where I think the train stops for me. I was not a big fan of this one very much at all. I think there are some fun ideas here and there, but overall, it just feels like a throwaway sequel that I think we really just didn't need. I hope that this is the last one, because I don't want this to be a franchise that just keeps going on and gets worse and worse as it goes on. But if they have any plans to continue after this movie, I just don't think they should. I don't think the passion is there anymore. I don't think the direction is there anymore. I think the voice cast is still good as ever. Like, they're not the problem here. It just really feels like, as a franchise, they just really don't know what to do with it. So, unfortunately, this one was just a really big disappointment for me. So I'm going to give Hotel Transylvania, Transformania, a C. So sex appeal. This is one that I was honestly really, like, dreading initially. I thought that the premise for this movie was just all kinds of ridiculous, but I gotta say, I didn't hate this as much as I was expecting. I think what really makes this film almost work for me are the two lead performances. I think both of them do a really good job here. Micah Abdallah, in particular, is surprisingly great as this character. She does a really good job of getting you into the mindset of Avery. She's this overachiever. She wants to be great at pretty much everything, and her entire life is pretty much dependent on, like, her studies and her knowledge and things like that. She has no time for relationships or anything, and I think she plays that character very well, especially as the film goes on, and you can see she starts to develop, legitimate feelings for people and things like that. She has this boyfriend in the film who she, has been seeing long distance, and she has an expectation when it comes to their relationship. And there are a lot of directions her character went in that I was not expecting, and I thought that Abdallah did a really good job with that. Her relationship with her mom as well, Margaret Cho's character, I thought also worked really well here. It felt very earnest. earnest in that way, and I thought they did a really good job with that. And she also had really good chemistry, I think, with Jake Short. You want these two to get together, even though it's obvious where their whole story is going to go. I still found myself rooting for both characters because of the fact that I thought their chemistry was very honest in that way, and I generally did like the message that the film was trying to convey. What unfortunately hurts this movie is the comedy. I just did not find a lot of this movie very funny at all. A lot of the jokes are very just like hit or miss. And then there's this other half of the film where the movie will frequently, do this thing where whenever Mika is experiencing some kind of sexual pleasure or going through some kind of sexual awakening of sorts, the movie will then will then try to portray it as these dream sequences, some of which involve her, being in outer space and trying to fly a spaceship, and now suddenly we're in a sci-fi movie. Another one, I believe, was something like where they're trapped in somebody, they're like trapped in a body and they're trying to escape, like little things like that. It just didn't really work for me. I understood what they were going for. I just found it to be relatively unfunny, and I really do respect the creativity, but what they ended up doing with these sequences, it just did not work. I thought honestly it was really just overstepping, and it felt like they were trying to make this film feel a little bit more special than it was. And again, if the comedy had landed, I would have really praised those sequences, but unfortunately I found the comedy fell very flat in those moments, and it just didn't really work for me. So overall, yeah, I found this to be pretty much just a mixed bag. I don't really have a ton to say about this one, but it wasn't the train wreck that I really did expect it to be. I think as the film goes on and Avery starts to become more in touch, with herself sexually and starts to welcome more ideas, I think the film does actually become something kind of sweet when they start to dive into, her relation more. I think they do a good job with that. I just wish that the comedy was a bit more consistent, and there also are quite a few characters here that just aren't super well written, and I wish that they could have done a bit more with them. But overall, I thought that this was definitely better than I expected it to be. It honestly had a lot of charm. I think it did have its heart in the right place, and overall was not nearly as obnoxious of a film as I was anticipating. So C+ for sex appeal. I wouldn't say like this is like a must watch or anything, but it's definitely not as bad. I think it's honestly quite serviceable compared to what the marketing led on. I'm just going to be honest, Italian Studies I don't really remember that much, and it really sucks because I actually really do like the concept of this movie where we have Vanessa Kirby's character, and she is this woman who has basically forgotten her entire purpose. She doesn't remember, why exactly she, has ventured to New York City. She is connecting with these strangers in conversations. The problem is in this movie, the way this movie is constructed, down to the way it's directed, the way that certain scenes pan out, the way the movie plays out, you feel just as lost, and the movie itself feels just as aimless as its lead character. And as a result, I had a very hard time staying connected to really anything here. And I did think the plot was very intriguing here, but most of this movie is just watching these characters just drone on in these endless monologues about whatever, and constantly I'm watching this movie and I'm just kind of questioning, what the point of this really was at all. And to be honest with you, I don't really think it had much to say. This movie is mercifully short. It's only like 70 something minutes. It definitely needed to be longer in order for them to make some kind of impact. And Vanessa Kirby is still really good. She's easily the saving grace of this movie, but other than that, this film just doesn't really know what to do with itself for its runtime. I feel like the majority of this movie, you're just kind of waiting for something to happen, and by the end, nothing really happens, and I just found myself more frustrated than anything. So yeah, this was a big disappointment for me. I do think like the cinematography was really good and things like that. I really do like the way that the movie is shot, and I think that's something that they did a good job with, and I really did like the build-up, but the initial setup, but just the direction the movie went in just did not interest me at all, and it really just felt like they had no idea really what to do with this. It's like like the definition of a movie where you have a really interesting concept, but beyond that concept, you don't really know what to do with it. So it just feels very thinly sketched out, very underwhelming, not really anything I'm gonna remember. So unfortunately, C for Italian studies. I was really hoping this could be something special, and I really was kind of hooked by the main premise here, but unfortunately, it doesn't really go much of anywhere, and by the end, I found myself just as bewildered as the main character of the film. Holy shit, Shattered. I mean, look, if you want a movie that just reminds you of the fact that we were in January and that a movie that typically comes out in January, this film pretty much checks all the boxes. I mean, you want really cringy and over-the-top acting? Check. You want some really terrible dialogue? Check. You want some crazy plot revelations that seemingly just come out of nowhere? Check. All of those all of the things that you expect this movie to have are there, and yet it is still so unwatchable. The best way to describe just how terrible of a film this is very early on in the movie, we come across John Malkovich, who I was excited to see in this movie. He's probably the biggest name actor. I always enjoy seeing him in films. And he starts off the movie, and he's basically called out by one of the female characters in the film, and basically the line is, you're just jealous you won't be able to spy on us in our bikinis anymore because they're moving away. And we then see him lick a flower suggestively, and this is the way of the movie telling you that this character is like this very just like really gross pervert, and that's really all he does in this movie is like spy on these girls. And that alone, like, was just really uncomfortable to watch, and it's so terribly portrayed as well. That's really all he serves to do in this movie. Beyond that, though, I mean, that alone tells you how bad of the movie this really is. Hearing that dialogue, seeing how it was portrayed, oof, I was like, I don't know what I'm getting myself into. But then, as the movie went on, I got even more angry because I felt like the premise went in the most cliche direction possible, to the point where even though it's supposed to be shocking, I didn't find it shocking really at all. I honestly found myself just so baffled by the way this ended up going, by the way everything ended up playing out. I don't understand why this had to go in the directions that they did. The acting in the movie is mostly terrible, aside from Lily Krug. I will say, Lily Krug is actually, I think, the one thing that keeps this movie one notch away from being utter trash and being like a straight up F. She actually does give a pretty convincing performance here, and I liked what she ended up doing. But oh my god, the character that she's playing here is just so ridiculous. Cameron Monaghan's character in this movie is such a fucking idiot as well. The situations he puts himself in, it's so obvious what's going on, and as the film starts to get further and further and you start to realize how this whole thing played out, it is just so ridiculous to watch. The premise of the movie, I feel like just reading the premise alone, you will have an idea of where it's going, but because the fact this isn't a movie a lot of people know about, I'm not going to tell you what this is really about, because I do think it is a movie that is worth experiencing for yourself. Should you seek it out? No, definitely not. This movie is a piece of shit, but if you want a really shitty movie that is really going to just baffle and confuse the fuck out of you, I think this is not the worst choice. It's definitely one of the worst films of the year. It was a movie that I was just so consistently just so annoyed by. The characters, like I said, are just so baffling throughout this movie. The cinematography also is atrociously bad here. There's so many shots that I was just like, why did we decide to film this way? The music is so over the top. The editing is just really bad. Like, everything about Shattered, I just really couldn't stand it all. D- for this one. Nobody really saw it, but honestly, I definitely can see why. This, again, feels like one of those January movies that would have been like shoved into theaters, but even because it's that bad, they didn't even want to do that, so they just threw it on VOD, and it's very easy to see why, because it's pretty terrible. Definitely one of the worst films of the year. The Royal Treatment is basically just like your typical Netflix rom-com. There really isn't too much to say about it. Laura Morano honestly wasn't as bad as I expected. She does do a really bad like Jersey Brooklyn accent. I'm not entirely sure what she's trying to do, but she honestly wasn't too bad in this movie. She's a very likable actress, and I think that she does what she can to make this work. And Mina Masad also is pretty good in this movie. They do a good job of kind of diving into like his conflict and what he's really going throughout this entire thing. They try to get you to care about both of these characters, but the problem is they're not really interesting to watch. The character of Izzy is just like, she's like your typical she's this typical girl from Manhattan who works as like a hairdresser, and she's given this opportunity to work with this guy who's a prince, and he's having trouble trying to find love. He's with this girl that he doesn't want to be with, and so these two are probably going to end up together. It's so predictable in that way. And the other problem is I don't really feel like these two really had any chemistry whatsoever. I never really bought into it in the film. I thought as performances they did a good job, but when it came down to the chemistry, I just wasn't really buying into it at all. So I think that definitely does bring down the movie as well, unfortunately. Like I said, there are some good performances here and there are some fun moments here and there, but this is pretty much everything that you expected it to be, I feel like. It's just very derivative, it's very forgettable in that way, and it just feels like one of those rom-coms where if someone was to go through like a very basic Netflix rom-com, you could put this one on and I feel like it's not identifiable, and I feel like that really is like the main issue with a lot of Netflix movies right now, is that so many of their movies feel similar, and I feel like the romantic comedies that they put out are maybe the biggest victim of that, where constantly I watch these movies and I feel like I'm watching the same thing, and it's just really unfortunate because they have the talent, they have I think that they have the talent, they have directors that want to make something really great, but yet they churn out the most like one note shit possible, and I feel like this is a very good example of that. So yeah, I wasn't really feeling this one at all. It's not anything like terribly bad, like I think it's pretty inoffensive overall, but it just isn't really anything that special. So yeah, I feel like nobody really watched this one, and that's very understandable to see why. So C- for the Royal Treatment. I didn't hate it or anything, but it's definitely not exactly what I would call good either. So something I am trying to do within what I watched this year is really try to prioritize some other films that I typically don't watch, and one of those are Shudder original movies. These come out every single month. They are smaller horror films from directors that aren't quite as well known, and I want to do what I can to try to give them a watch. So the first one I tried out was The Last Thing Mary Saw, and I actually liked this a lot. I think that this starts off, and it's a very intriguing premise where you find out this girl has become blind, and there's also been some sort of tragedy that has gone down that has caused her to become this way, and the last thing that she saw is kind of the piece to everything, and she's under investigation for the death of her family's matriarch. She's basically being accused of it, and the rest of the film is pretty much like her recollection of the events, and it's really well done in that way. I think what this movie does a really good job with is really getting you attached to this lead character and really kind of showing you the hardships that her character has gone through. This is a character who is very atypical for the time period that she's in, 1843. She is not someone that wants to live this traditional life. She has other hopes and dreams and things like that, especially when we start to dive deeper into her relationship with Stephanie Scott's character and kind of the connection that these two end up forming. I thought was really well done. They went in a really good direction with that. I thought you really bought into the relationship that these two end up forming. Isabel Fuhrman and Stephanie Scott are both so good in this movie, and you really do latch onto their overall relationship. But you also get to see, how Mary is frequently scrutinized for feeling the way that she does about Eleanor. And I thought all of that was portrayed very well done in this movie, and I thought they did a really good job with that. So I think that's the thing that really does keep you invested. But also, stemming back to this specific investigation, that is something that you want to know more about. And I will say, I think that is probably the weakest part of the film, the investigation itself. We don't cut back to it very often, and a lot of the time it does kind of feel like this afterthought. You kind of wish that they didn't initially tell you that that was something that was going to happen, because you're just kind of anticipating it. And I felt like a lot of the characters we met on that side of the film, we don't really get to know all that well. But I think because of how well this movie is in terms of its two characters and how well developed both of them are, I think they do a really good job of that. And the horror is also really well done here. This film is very foreboding. It's very tense. You never really know when something is going to happen, and I thought that was something that was very well done in this movie. And also just the treatment that Mary receives in this film from some of these characters is just, that in itself is really horrifying to watch, and you wonder why anyone would have ever allowed this to happen, even in this time period. It's just really hard to watch at points, and I think that's something that they did do a really good job with. And the directing in this film as well. I haven't seen Edoardo Vitaletti ever direct something before. I think this is the first movie that this director has helmed, and I think this director, I think he has a real future. I do. I think he has a very specific approach that he ends up taking to this movie. Has a very specific style that I think really does work well here, and the visuals are incredible in this film. You feel like you're in this time period, and they do a good job with that, but also the way that they are able to build tension, I think, is also really well done here. So yeah, this is a film that I don't think a lot of people have seen, but I really do recommend people check out. I think it really is something different for the horror genre. It's got two really good lead performances, and the actual reveal of what ends up happening, I will say, was kind of predictable where they ended up going with it, and I kind of wish that the mystery itself had a little bit more of was a little bit more focused on, because it does feel like we get away from that for a little bit. But overall, I think this film was very effective in what it needed to do. I think it has some really strong directing, and overall, it's the kind of movie that I wish more people were talking about. So I definitely do recommend this one. B- for The Last Thing Mary Saw. Very overlooked film from this year. A Hero is fantastic. I heard a lot of people raving about this one, way before it ended up coming out. I believe that it was either close to getting nominated for an Oscar or did get nominated for Best International Feature. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I can definitely see why, because I think this is a very effective film, really about the way that the media will constantly try to twist around narratives, but also how someone will feed into that narrative, and it can kind of make them lose sight of who they actually are. I think both of those things are portrayed very well in this movie, particularly for our lead character here of Raheem, someone who, he's really trying to do what he can to spend the time with his family, trying to reconnect with a lot of his family, and he ends up doing this one, selfless deed of sorts, and he basically, he ends up doing this one selfless deed of sorts, and it spins into this whole other conspiracy, all these other motives that are behind it. I thought was really interesting to watch, and how much that ended up unraveling for this character, and how he kind of gets caught up in all these different lies and things like that, and how he also has to keep pulling in other people to get on his side. I mean, they really do a great job with this film of showing how something so simple can turn into something so much more complicated, and I think it's very well portrayed in this movie. And our main actor here, Amar Jadidi, who plays Raheem, is fantastic in this film. You really do buy into his character, and what I really like about this film is they never really try to make you root for or against Raheem. They really want you to be the judge of, is what this guy is doing ethical or not? Does he have good intent, or is he just trying to, become famous? Is he just trying to ride the high of this one good deed and kind of twist it around? And I think that's something this film does a really good job with. It presents a very objective view that I feel like a lesser film would not do. A lesser film would be like, yeah, this guy is wrong for what he's doing, or no, this guy is right for what he's doing. And I like that this movie really tried to make you, look at it through your own eyes. I feel like there are different ways you can portray, what's really going on here. And I thought they did a really good job with that. But also how this affects all these other characters around him, in particular with how this affects his girlfriend, I think is really well done. You really get to see how she's viewed in the public eye, and, how this really does end up affecting her. I think is really well done in this movie, but also with his son in the film, what they end up doing with that. I mean, it's just really insane to watch, but it feels very, it does feel very eerily similar to what I think would happen if this situation were to play out in real life. Even even within Persia, even though this movie takes place in Iran, I think if you were to bring this story to America, I think it plays out pretty much the same. And I think that's something that they do a really good job with in this movie, but also getting to see the Iranian culture and the way that this is portrayed through their lens, I thought was also very interesting to watch, because the way things play out are not exactly how you would expect. And that's something else that I thought was really well done here. The ending of this movie also is so heartbreaking to watch, but it's also so well handled in that way. This is just such a fantastic film that I really wish more people were talking about. Asghar Farhadi, I've heard nothing but amazing things about him as a director, but this is really the first film I've seen from him, and I can see why he has been so endlessly praised over the years. I need to watch things like The Salesman, A Separation. I've heard great things about both of those films, and I feel like this is just a really good example of what he's able to do. He really does a great job of tackling the subject in a very different manner than I feel like you've seen in other films, and I think that's what really does stick out about A Hero overall. It doesn't try to make you side with any character. It really just presents this situation as it is and then wants you to draw your own conclusions, and I think that is far more effective than trying to get you on a character's side, and that's something I really just end up enjoying about this movie a lot. This is just a really fantastic film that really does a great job of diving headfirst into what happens in this situation, but also the consequences of that, and also the pros and cons of telling this lie and how it's able to spin into all of these different things. I just thought was really well done here. So yeah, I really like this one a lot. I wish a lot more people were talking about it. A- for A Hero. I really think this is a film worth seeking out for sure. My God, The King's Daughter. I mean, what do I even say about this movie that I feel like hasn't been said before? The production history alone. If you want a really good laugh and you just want to look at something really insane that doesn't seem real but is, look at the production history for this movie. This movie was supposed to come out all the way back, I believe, in the 90s, and it's finally come out now, and it shows. I mean, this film is pretty much a disaster on all fronts, especially from an editing perspective. The editing is so bad here. There is narration from Julie Andrews in this movie that is so out of place and feels like such a last-minute addition, because it kind of was. They literally announced, I believe, last year that Julie Andrews is going to do narration when that wasn't even the case prior, and it just feels like such a last-minute addition. But the way the movie is constantly zipping through scenes, not even giving us any chance to watch anything play out. It's so haphazardly done, and watching it just gave me such whiplash. I mean, I was watching this movie and I'm just like, are we really going this fast? I have no idea what's actually going on here. The story at the center is just not really well handled at all. Where it's supposed to be telling this story of this girl and her having this friendship with this mermaid of sorts, but we barely see the mermaid in this movie. We only see her every so often, and when we do, it's not nearly as substantial as it should be, and so I think that's another thing that doesn't work really well here. Pierce Brosnan in this movie is just in a whole different movie. I mean, the way that he's acting in this film, he is so over the top, he is so lively, and pretty much everyone else compared to him is just so much more toned down, and in some ways Pierce Brosnan is one of the highlights of this movie, but in some ways he's also, I think, one of the detriments, because it legitimately feels like he's in a completely different film altogether. And Kaya Scodelario is probably the best part of this movie. I've always liked her as an actress, and I think she does do a good job here. It is very easy to tell this is probably supposed to be like one of her first films, could have potentially been like her breakthrough hit, but I mean, she's been acting in movies for quite a while now, and again, it really goes to show just how much production hell this movie has gone through. This was filmed all the way back in 2014, before her and Benjamin Walker were even together. This movie is the reason these two got together, and yet it's taken 2022 for this movie to come out. I feel like that alone just kind of sums it up, but I mean, what else can I say? Terrible directing from Sean McNamara. It's all over the place. It really does not have a consistent tone at all. It's very hard to tell where the movie is going a lot of the time, so I don't think they do a very good job with that. The CGI, oh my god, it's on a whole other level of bad. There are so many scenes here that you're just looking at it, and the fact that they've had so much time to work on this movie and they didn't even try to like fix the CGI, this really just feels like one of those movies that they just kind of threw into theaters because they just wanted it to die. Like, they've constantly been haunted by The King's Daughter, and they're like, just release it already. Like, we don't want to see this anymore. We don't want anything to do with this film. Paramount was just like, we don't need this movie anymore. Just release it in theaters. Who cares if it's good? Because that's very much the vibe that this gives off. This feels like a movie that they just simply did not care about, and it is just such a disaster to watch, to watch overall. William Hurt as well is in this movie. Which rip William Hurt, of course. Really, you know, is sad that he did end up passing away. But his character is so bad in this movie. He's playing like a very like stereotypical villain of sorts, and it does not really work here at all. I did not like what he was doing in this film very much, so I don't think that really worked for me. Just the majority of the stuff in this movie really just did not work here for me at all. There's also so many like out of place pop songs in this movie. There are at least 2 montages here where I'm like, why is this music playing? This doesn't fit at all. There's so many things here that feel like they changed it at the last second. Like, they looked through this movie and they were like, nope, that doesn't work anymore. And they decided to like retool it, and it just feels so obvious in that way. Sean McNamara's directing is so all over the place. It doesn't even feel like he had much of a say on what this movie turned out to be. The writing here is so on the nose. It's so cheesy. It's not well written at all. Just everything about this film really does suck. I think this film is just an absolute disaster to watch, but it honestly at points can be a fun disaster. For me, I found it to be kind of excruciating, especially with just how much it was zipping through plot and things like that, and how just incompetent so much of the movie was. But I do think the production history is worth a reason to at least take a look at this movie. But I also promise you, the production history itself is nowhere near as entertaining. It is, you know, the movie itself is nowhere near as entertaining, nowhere near as bewildering, I think, as that production history is. Like, you look at the production history and you're expecting something a lot worse or a lot funnier. Unfortunately, that's not what you get here. Instead, what you get is just a really poorly made movie that I really think they should have just like left on the shelves, because I don't think it really should have ever seen the light of day. This is just really poorly done. And poorly done, honestly, is an understatement. It's an absolute disaster on all fronts. D for The King's Daughter. This is like the kind of movie you expect to come out in January, and hopefully, you know, is a film that we just will not have to talk about ever again. Holy shit, redeeming love. Look, these films, you know, pure flicks as they were once called, and now they're called what, like Paradise Park or something like that. I forgot what the actual title is for them now. What the hell is it? What the hell are they called? Or Pinnacle Peak Pictures, as they're called now. I've tried to avoid these movies for years. I have made a point in not talking about really any of them, just because I knew what I was likely going to get myself into. For some reason, though, Redeeming Love was the one that I thought, you know what, this is the one I don't think I can avoid. I think I have to at least give this one a watch because it has a much bigger budget. It's their first edgy sort of movie that they've done. It's on Peacock for some reason. I might as well check it out. And my God, I really wish I had not made that decision because this is really terribly done. This is one of those movies where they feel like they are doing something more adult than they are. This is one of those movies where they think that because they are being edgy, because they are addressing, these more mature issues, that that automatically makes it a better film. And I can tell you right now, it very much does not. This is such a melodramatic movie that I just really couldn't stand here at all. I mean, right off the bat, when it comes to the central plot of this movie, there is so much that happens within the first 40 minutes of this film involving our lead character, Angel, and how she was kind of forced into prostitution and things like that. And, we get to all of these, things that she went through as a child, her relationship with her mother, and there is this one revelation that happens in the first 40 minutes of the movie, and my jaw was literally on the floor that they decided to go in this direction. But what's even more shocking is this revelation is so big, they don't even discuss it for the rest of the film. It's like it didn't even happen. It's like, why even have this in the movie if you're not going to do anything with it? That I think, honestly, is what is most shocking about all of this, is they throw these things in the movie that seem like they should be a pretty big deal, seem like they should heavily impact our lead character, and they're never talked about again. And that, to me, felt very gratuitous in that way. It felt like it's only here because they are trying to be more edgy, they're trying to be more adult, and it does not work at all. And I really couldn't stand what they were trying to do with this movie. It comes across as honestly very tone deaf and very irresponsibly handled, and I don't think they did a good job with that. But also, our lead character Angel is so bad here. She's so indecisive about what she wants throughout this movie. I shit you not, after the first 40 minutes, the majority of this movie is her meeting up with this guy Michael, who is really the first guy that shows her any kindness whatsoever. But he's also depicted as she feels unworthy of his love. She doesn't deserve to be in love. She's supposed to be a prostitute, that's her calling pretty much. And she can't have a legitimate relationship, and she's constantly running away, and then he's trying to convince her to come back. And this happens at least 3 or 4 times within the movie, and every time it's the exact same thing that happens. And I was just like, are you kidding me? Is there anything more that this movie has to offer? And the answer really is no. There's nothing really that this film does that I felt this was revolutionary, this was impactful in that way. Instead, I felt like the opposite happened, where it felt like they were trying to do something that was more sophisticated, and they had no idea how to really go about it. And this happens constantly throughout this movie, and every time it becomes so much more groan-worthy and just unbearable to watch. I really couldn't stand what they were doing, and like I said, there are so many events that happen throughout Angel's life that the movie just completely glosses over like they're not important, and I just really don't understand what they were trying to do. I felt that, while they're trying to promote this movie as something more adult, it just comes across as really bad, and I don't think they did a very good job with that at all. The main actress of this movie, Abigail Cohen, I will say is actually pretty good here. I think she does a good job in giving Angel a few more layers than the character really does have, because Angel's a very one-note character in that way. She's kind of just I'm someone that is meant to be this sex slave of sorts, and this is who I am, and I'm not, because of that, I'm unpure, and I'm not meant to be in love. And Cohen tries to dive a bit deeper into this character, and I think she does a pretty good job with that. The same cannot be said, unfortunately, for Tom Lewis, who is just so bland in this movie. He's supposed to be the good guy, and that really is all he is. He doesn't feel like a real person. He just feels like this guy that's here to make her to uplift her. He doesn't really have anything going on with him whatsoever. His brother also, Logan Marshall Green, is in this movie, and he's good for what he has, but his character, I really fucking hated in this movie. I couldn't stand what they were trying to do with him in this film. I really did not like him here at all, and I don't think he really worked in this movie. There's a lot of actors here, they're just completely wasted. Like, Famke Jensen shows up, and I don't know what she's doing in this movie, but she's so over the top with her performance. The way she almost plays it like she's this like cartoony villain of sorts. It did not work here at all. Eric Dan is also here, and he really doesn't make much. He really just doesn't do a great job in this film. So between just how tone deaf I think so much of this movie is, and also this ridiculous pop music that is so out of place, similar to The King's Daughter. I don't know what it was with these anachronistic music playing, but this movie also has that same issue, and it's just so like out of nowhere and really just takes you out of the movie almost immediately. This film is really just kind of like checking all the boxes for why I normally don't go out of my way to watch these kind of movies. And yet I did. And this was very much not something that I will continue to do. This is the kind of movie where I'm just like, I really wish I didn't give it the time. I think this film is very incomprehensible. The ending as well, I really don't like it at all. It's so terribly handled. I just really hated this one a lot. But it pretty much is what I expected it to be, and yet I think it's somehow even worse than that, because I think its message doesn't really work. I think the story itself, there's no reason for this movie to be 2 hours long. A lot of it just feels very repetitive in that way. The romance of the film is so bland and uninteresting, and you know exactly where it's gonna go. But the way they wrap things up also is so baffling here. They go in this direction, and you're honestly okay with the way things are going. But then they try to wrap it all up in this bow, and it does not work in the slightest. You find yourself having so many more questions, like, what are the true intentions of this movie? What are they really trying to get at here? And I really just didn't like what they were going for here at all. I'm not surprised that this film turned out to be as bad as it was, considering the studio that's involved, but it really is one of those movies where I cannot fathom just how it turned out the way that it did. How did an executive look at this script and say, yes, this is the way we should go about this. This is conveying exactly what we want. Because to me, this is such a misguided, very messily handled film that seems to have no idea what the hell it's even trying to say. I just really hated this one a lot. No more Pinnacle Peak pictures for me. This is like the one time I went out of my way to watch one of these, and never again. That is all I will say. Never again with these movies. D for Redeeming Love. Just really bad overall. The Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild, I feel like, is the textbook definition of Disney trying to take a property that was very much dead and trying to revive it, and really just having no idea what to do with it whatsoever. I mean, this entire movie, first of all, the whole thing feels like this setup for like some TV show that's never going to happen because of just how terrible of a movie this is. There's no possible way that there's actually going to be a show about this, but the whole thing does feel like this backdoor pilot of sorts. Second of all, it does something that I was honestly very baffled by. Despite the movie being called The Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild is not really... Buck is not the main focus of this movie. For some reason, the focus is on the characters of Crash and Eddie. And the problem is that if Crash and Eddie were characters that were properly developed in the, original films, then okay, they could work as an entry point into, this specific TV show that's probably going to be a thing, because it's characters that we're familiar with, and then you're able to kind of send them off. They do that a lot when it comes to spin-offs and things like that. They take characters that you're familiar with, and they kind of serve as this way to welcome you into the world of what you're doing. But the problem is, these are not characters that I think anybody really holds that near and dear. They really just kind of served as these comedic sidekicks throughout the entire franchise. And so it feels like such a weird move, and it also doesn't help. The two are just so insufferable on their own. I will say, when they were first introduced, I didn't dislike them, but the more that they have gone on, the more that they just use them for the most obnoxious humor possible, and they're just really hard characters to watch. So the fact that we have to sit with them throughout the entire movie, I think was just a really baffling choice. Like, why not have this be Manny? Why not have this be Diego? Why not have this be Sid? Characters that we have found ourselves attached to. Despite the fact that they have not been well written in previous movies, I think at least having the focus on them would have made a lot more sense, or just put the focus on Buck. We already know Buck as a character. We already have gotten to know Buck through Dawn of the Dinosaurs. Why are we focusing on characters that we simply do not give a shit about? And I don't think they did a good job with that at all here. Meanwhile, the movie is just completely sidelining Buck as a character. And while I think it's really weird that Simon Pegg somehow stuck around when virtually everybody else has left, every other voice actor that was a part of this franchise is gone, and they've been replaced by terrible voice actors who are understandably bad because they don't know these characters, they don't sound like the way these characters are supposed to, and really just feel like they are these stand-ins for, voice actors that we don't have. It doesn't feel like they took the time to find the right voice actors to really match these characters. Instead, they just kind of plucked in whoever they could. Somehow Simon Pegg has still stuck around, and he is still very good in this movie. He's very lively, he's very fun here, but for some reason, they just don't do anything with Buck as a character. They don't know what to do with him, despite the fact that, again, I think that they really try to make this seem like this is his movie. It is not his movie at all. It's much more focused on Crash and Eddie and how much they're annoying everybody and how they have to go on their own side quest, and they're kind of, going along the ride with Buck. I just didn't like what they ended up doing with this at all here. The animation is also horrendous here. And look, yes, some of the Ice Age films later on, weren't the best. Particularly the last movie was just bottom of the barrel. But the one thing you can say is the animation still looked really good. This looks so unfinished. It looks like a PS2 game at points. It's so terribly animated. Nothing about this looks lively. Nothing about this looks exciting. The whole thing looks so manufactured. The whole thing looks so drab in that way. It doesn't feel like there was any personality put into anything, and it's honestly very hard sitting through it because of that. I think if the animation had popped a little bit more, maybe this wouldn't have been quite as bad, but because the animation is on a similar level as basically everything else, I really just had a hard time, watching this. And what is really, baffling to me is that Disney has so much money. We know that they do. And the fact that they are churning out, this level of quality, this little quality constantly, is just completely inexcusable. I understand that this whole thing is supposed to be the setup for some possible TV show, but it is just so hard to watch at points. The villain also is terrible here. I love Utkarsh Budkar as a comedian. I think he's a really fun actor, but he is completely wasted in this. Really terrible villain overall. I just really couldn't stand this. The way they sideline the other Ice Age characters and still try to utilize them, but don't do really anything with them other than they're going to go on this rescue mission of sorts for Crash and Eddie, characters that they never really seem to care all that much about in the first place. I mean, this whole thing is just such a baffling film that I just don't understand. Why is this the story that you decided to go with? Why did you decide this was the way to revive a franchise that nobody really cared about up to this point? And I feel like after this, Ice Age is pretty much dead. I know they did the Scrat Tales, and I think that was a little bit more successful for them, especially because they had the animation and things like that. But this is just the perfect example of just because you own the rights to a property does not mean you have to do anything with it. Disney could have easily just had the rights to Ice Age, put the movies on Disney Plus, and just let it be. They didn't need to do anything with it, but they couldn't help themselves. They couldn't help but try to put their own little stamp on it, and it failed miserably. This was just absolutely horrendous to watch. I really couldn't stand this one. D for the Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild. This is just absolutely what happens when you are trying to revive a dead property and just have no possible idea of what to do with it. And I feel like after this, the Ice Age franchise honestly will have never been more dead than it will, I think, after this movie. Home Team wasn't quite as bad as I expected from a Kevin James movie. I'm not really a big fan of him as an actor. I think that he tends to be very bland and one note to me, but I do think that it does have some charm to it. He does a good job at playing this character that is a little bit more restrained than some of the ones that he has played, and I think he does an okay job with that. You know, you see Sean Payton as someone who really wants to make an effort to, you know, recruit these kids and things like that, and trying to coach like his son's like football team, and he kind of gets some inspiration from that. But the problem is, this is just such a generic sports movie. There really isn't anything about this that really did stick out to me. I will say, I think the actor that played his son was honestly not too bad. I thought that Tate Blum did an okay job here. I was pretty impressed by his performance, and Taylor Lautner's not bad here either for what he has to do. But the movie has a bit of an identity crisis, I feel like, where sometimes it's trying to be this like really heartwarming sports movie, and then it tries to be, you know, Happy Madison type humor, and neither of the tones really work at all. It feels like one is kind of undermining the other, and I think that's something else that just didn't really work here. It didn't piss me off or anything like that, but it's not really a movie that is anything to really write home about. I think that the directors, you know, were okay here. Nothing really that special about them, you know, with like the writing or anything either. It's just a very basic sports movie, and I don't really have much else to say besides that. So yeah, C for Home Team. It's not a complete waste of time, but it's not really anything to write home about either. And the final movie for January, at least, that we're going to be talking about here is Sundown. This one, I really just was very disappointed by. I felt like this movie had a lot of potential, and it has a lot of, I think, the tools to make a good movie. You have a really strong performance here from Tim Roth, playing this guy who we can see is going down a very dark path within his life. He has made a lot of decisions, and, you know, he has a lot that he should be, content with. He has this very supporting family. He has a sister who really sticks by him, her 2 children. So it seems like he has everything he really could want, but yet feels very unfulfilled after this, after he's informed about like the death of his mother and things like that. You want to know where this character is going to go. It feels like this character is slowly reaching his breaking point throughout the movie. The problem is, this is just not a character that you really do like following. He isn't the kind of character that really interests you. He's frequently making a lot of decisions that you just can't really get behind. And it's not like this is, a character where, just because he's unlikable means he's a bad character. No, I just don't think this character is super well written. I don't think they did what they needed to really make you latch onto him overall, and I think that's something that really didn't work in this movie. But also just the direction that this movie ended up going, I felt was honestly very disappointing. I felt like they had many opportunities to go a bit further with this story, and they just really didn't. And I think that's what really does end up bringing this movie down at the end of the day. I think there was a lot more that they could have done with this premise. The cinematography, I think, is very good here, but where this movie ends up going, especially in the third act, it feels like we were finally building to something. Like we were finally on the verge of getting to what is this all leading up to. We were about to get to farther to, what the actual plot of this movie is, and then it just cuts off, and it just felt very unsatisfying in that way. I felt like there was so much more they could have brought to this movie, but it really just boils down to this guy having this existential crisis and then all these other things that end up happening, but none of them really do pay off in a satisfying manner. I walked out of this movie feeling very unfulfilled, feeling like my time was kind of wasted here, and it really does suck because I do think the talent was involved. I think that there was some really good direction, but the movie just did not work in the way that I think they wanted it to. I think there was so much more they could have done with this premise, and it really just didn't end up working. The characters as well, you just don't really feel super connected to them because the movie doesn't spend enough time with them overall. This was just a very disappointing movie that I think could have been so much more than it was, but unfortunately, I think that they just didn't really utilize the premise of what they had here. So yeah, I really don't think this one is all that great. I don't think it's a complete waste of time, but I do think it's a movie where if you're expecting to go into this movie expecting this something very satisfying, something very emotional, I don't really think this movie is going to deliver on that front. It definitely does have some really good tension. It has some really strong performances, but other than that, there really isn't much I can recommend about this one. Some good directing as well, but overall, I just was very let down by this film. So unfortunately, C for Sundown. Really was hoping to get more out of this one than I ultimately did. All right, so now we're going to get to the movies in February, starting off with a movie that I was just really dreading a lot, and that's Moonfall. Look, Roland Emmerich, I know that there are people that are fans of him. I know that there are people who will endlessly defend his movies, but he is just not a director that tends to work for me. He's made some movies that I've liked, but there are very few that he has made, especially recently, that have been anything beyond just utter trash to me. I think that he is just one of those directors that is constantly, reaching for shooting for the fences, but they're just not fences that are really that impressive to me. I find them to be very schlocky. I find them to be very just poorly made, and Moonfall is a perfect example of that. Now, I will say, at first, I was not disliking this as much as I thought I would. I think some of what makes this movie work are the three lead performances. I think Patrick Wilson, Halle Berry, and John Bradley all do a really good job here. You buy into their chemistry, they work well together, and they really do a good job, I think, of elevating this movie from what it really is. I especially was very impressed by Halle Berry's performance. I think she did a really good job for what she had in this movie. I thought that she was quite impressive here, and I thought that those three performances do work quite well here. The problem is the movie that they're saddled with is probably one of the dumbest that Emmerich has taken on. The premise itself of the moon basically just getting destroyed, and that there's this whole disaster that's gonna happen. One, it's very derivative from what we have seen Emmerich tackle before. Two, the way that it's executed, I think, is just all wrong when it comes to this movie. The whole idea of the moon being out of orbit, I think, could be really fun, but the movie takes it so deathly seriously. There's not a lot of humor that's injected into here. This does not feel like a movie that's particularly self-aware of what it should be. It's mostly very serious throughout, and that made it very hard for me to really just stay invested into this film, because they're acting like this is a big deal, which it is a big deal, but it's also really kind of dumb, and I don't think that they portrayed it particularly well here. I was not super impressed with the way that they ended up going about this, and for the majority, I felt this is relatively tame. It really is just the moon is out of orbit, and these three have to do what they can to try to save the day, pretty much, and, we see the three of them kind of bond closer overall. There is a side plot here with Patrick Wilson, and Halle Berry. They used to be really good friends, and then this event happened. It's kind of split them apart, and he's no longer a part of NASA anymore, and you see basically John Bradley's character tries to pull him back into it and whatnot, and he's kind of now estranged from his wife, and there's this other guy in the mix played by Michael Pena, who is again just wasted in this movie. I don't know what it is with Michael Pena, but he is getting the worst roles lately. He is nothing to do here at all, and so for a while I'm like, this is very tame with what they're doing, but the more this movie goes on and this whole cataclysmic event really starts to do its thing and really start to increase in terms of the severity of everything. Things just get so dumb here. Characters making the worst decisions possible that are not even laughable. You're watching it, you're like, why would you do this? You know exactly what's going to happen, and then it just happens, and it's not even shocking that it ends up happening, because you expect that it's going to happen. Characters who are downplaying this and then realizing what's actually going on. Characters who are very obviously in danger, them meeting their fates, things like that. I just really couldn't stand it all. there is some humor here, but a lot of it just really does fall flat because it feels very out of place because the movie is taking itself so deathly seriously in that way, and I don't think that really worked well at all here. The visual effects are very much a mixed bag. I wouldn't say all of them are terrible, but there are some that are just completely unbelievable here, but there are some that do kind of work, and I do think they look somewhat okay and not just like complete drivel. I think they actually do an okay job when it comes to some of the visual effects here. But then we get to the twist in this movie. And you know Roland Emmerich, you know how he is when it comes to his twists. But the twist in this film is probably one of his most idiotic yet. Because like I said, for the majority of this movie, I was like, this is just kind of boring. It's not really anything that great. But you know, it's okay. It's not really anything that I would recommend. It's not really for me, but I'm not really hating this. And then once this twist came up, I was just done after that. It is so out of left field. It is very much one of those instances where it feels like Emmerich just wanted to have a twist, and it's one of those twists where it's so out of nowhere, but it's so detrimental to the story. It tries to add this whole other theme that just does not work at all, and I did not understand any of what he was really trying to do. From there, the movie just completely lost me after that. Look, I know there are people out there who are going to like this movie. They're going to find it to be a really fun time, but I just couldn't get behind how ridiculous so much of this movie really was. It's not really the kind of movie that I end up liking. There are things here that do work, but there's too much here that doesn't work for me to overall say this is a good movie. I do think there are some okay moments here, but the third act in particular is just horrible. The way everything wrapped up, I really couldn't stand at all. The solution to all of this as well is just absolutely absurd to me. I just really can't stand these movies. I don't know why they are still a thing. It's not like people are going to see this. This movie bombed horribly, so like I feel like Roland Emmerich needs to kind of like switch gears a bit and do something that's not this, because this is not really the kind of movie that I think people are really liking all that much. But yeah, I really couldn't stand this at all. D+ for Moonfall. Like I said, I think there are people out there who are going to like this. I am just not one of those people. Death on the Nile, I really wanted to like, especially considering how the first movie turned out, which I thought had a lot of potential, honestly, going into it. You know, it had a really great cast, it had a really interesting premise, but the actual movie, I just felt it was very subpar in terms of execution. The murder itself, I thought, was just very rushed in that way. I didn't really feel like we got a chance to get to know any of the characters, and then the actual, like, resolution of everything, I just wasn't really a big fan of. And so, heading into this, like, I wasn't really all that excited for it, especially with all the controversy this movie had, how much it was, getting pushed back, how it was really just going through, like, release date hell because of how many of these actors kept getting into, like, problematic, saying problematic things or finding out that they participate in some very problematic acts, like it was just honestly like impossible to market. And like I feel really, on one hand, I feel really bad for 20th Century Studios to have to go through that. On the other hand, I just wasn't thinking this movie looked all that great, and yeah, I wasn't really big on this one either. Honestly, I think this movie has the opposite problem of the first movie. The first movie, like I said, I felt was just way too rushed. It took we got to the murder way too quickly. We didn't get a chance to get to know these people on an individual level, and by the time we got to the reveal, it just kind of pittered out. This one is the opposite, where I think it takes too long to get to the murder. I could be exaggerating here, but I'm pretty sure we do not get to the actual murder in this movie, before the halfway mark. I think that it is not until the well over the halfway mark, that we finally do get that murder, and the build up to it is just not very interesting at all. These characters are not really ones that I really did find myself latching onto. There's some stuff I think that works here and there. The movie attempts to do a little bit more with the character of Book, and I like what they did with him. I've always enjoyed Tom Bateman in that role, and I think he does do a good job here. There's a little side story with him and this girl that he really likes, and his mother who's kind of disapproving of her and things like that. I thought that was kind of an interesting story, what they were trying to do there when it came to his particular story. They also do attempt to dive a bit deeper into Hercule Poirot, but the problem is the way they go about it, a lot of it just feels like very trivial. Like, this isn't really something we necessarily needed with this character, and I don't really feel like it adds a ton. And also, just a lot of these actors are just kind of wasted here. They don't really have a ton to work with in this movie. Like, if you're really excited to see, for example, Russell Brand in this movie, really not in it that much, so I didn't really feel like he got to make much of an impression here. You know, if you really like someone like, say, if you really like an actor like, you know, Annette Bening, I don't really feel like she had much to do here. There's just a lot of actors here whose talents I feel like aren't really all that well utilized. There are some really good performances in this movie, particularly Emma Mackey is fantastic in this film. Already knew she was a great actress, but she really does kill it in this movie, and I really did like her performance here. She takes a character that I think could be very one note, very like over the top and cheesy, and finds a way to ground her a little bit, and I thought it worked quite well with what they end up doing with her. She's in this love triangle of sorts with Gal Gadot and Armie Hammer's characters, and you can tell that she likes Armie Hammer, and there's this whole thing that goes down, but I felt like she was very good in the movie. The problem is, like I said, just the story here did not really interest me much at all. The individual stories we have going on. People have talked about Gal Gadot. I didn't think that she was honestly that bad in this movie. Yeah, there are some questionable line readings, but I didn't really feel like this was like a straight up like terrible performance from her. Like, this is nowhere near on the level of like Justice League, where you can tell that's a movie where she just legitimately like did not want to be there. I felt like she did have some personality to this film, so I don't feel like she was like bad here or anything like that. And obviously, you know, Kenneth Branagh is still great. He is so good as this character. He does such a great job in, you know, really just making you latch onto Hercule Poirot. He's such a fascinating character in that way. The way he portrays him, I thought, was just really well done. But then the murder itself, when it actually does happen, it happens so late into the film that I just really didn't care after that. And yeah, I like when the movie starts to unravel itself as an actual murder mystery, and I felt like this time around there was more of a mystery of what's going on. But I felt it happened way too late in the movie, and the result I found to be so, like, obvious. Like, the actual reveal of what happened was so predictable to me. There was nothing about this where I was like, oh my god, I would have never expected them to go in this direction. It's like, no, this is probably what would have happened. I can't really think of any other solution that made sense, so I wasn't really surprised by it at all with where they ended up going with that. And there are a couple little things they do here and there that kind of work, but overall, I just wasn't really that big on this one. I also thought it was way too long. There's no reason for this movie to be over 2 hours long. There are also some things in terms of cinematography that really don't look all that great. A lot of people have talked about like the look of the look of Egypt and things like that. And yeah, a lot of it just looks kind of phony. They don't do a great job with that. I do think Kenneth Branagh's directing is a little bit better this time around. It feels like he had a little bit more of a style this time. But unfortunately, this movie just really didn't do much of anything for me. I honestly found myself quite bored during this entire thing. There were moments that did work here and there, but for the most part, I just really wasn't feeling this for the majority. Definitely, I think, does some things better than the first one, but ultimately, I think is the I think ultimately is probably the worst of the two, just because of the direction it goes and how long it takes to get to the murder, how many of these characters are just not super interesting. I just really did not like this one all that much, so C- for Death on the Nile. I think it definitely did have some positives to it, and I didn't hate it by any means, but I just really wish these movies could be a lot better. I look at something like Knives Out, for example, and how well they are able to tell these individual stories, but also tell this, like, you know, long-form mystery and still keep you invested. And it just makes me think of, like, how good these movies can be, and it just feels like they are not recognizing their true potential, and they're just kind of going for the most, like, generic stories possible, and it's just very disappointing to watch. So, yeah, wasn't too big on this one at all. Marry Me, I honestly was kind of dreading. I thought that this was going to be just like a really like obnoxious and cringy romantic comedy, but it actually had a lot of charm to it. I think a lot of what works in this movie is the chemistry between Jennifer Lopez and Owen Wilson. As weird of a pairing as this is, it honestly does work quite well. I think Jennifer Lopez does a really good job at playing this woman who at first seems to be this like very self-centered celebrity, but you realize there is another side to her. She wants to be taken a bit more seriously. She wants to be seen as an actual person, and you really do kind of start to care for her in that sense. And I think Lopez does a really good job in making this character feel real. You know, it feels like this is somebody that, you know, yes, she's a celebrity, but she feels like a real person, and I think she does a good job with that. And then Owen Wilson's character as well, you know, his whole thing is that he doesn't really know if he can fall in love. He wants to be, you know, like the stay-at-home dad and things like that, and he doesn't really have a lot going for him. But you really do see these two start to learn more about each other. There's a really good scene where these two are just starting to open up a little bit more about their paths, and it really got me attached to both these characters. I thought they did a pretty good job with both of them. I liked what they ended up doing there. Yes, the plot of this movie is quite absurd, but I think if you can look past it, I think this honestly ends up being a very charming, surprisingly very charming and fun film, which was something that was very surprising to me. The things that bring it down are some of the comedy just doesn't really work here. Anytime Sarah Silverman was on screen, I really wasn't that big into her. They very much try to make her like the big like comedic relief of this movie, and it just didn't really work much at all. I wasn't super into what she was doing. I will say I thought Maluma actually was much better here than I thought he was going to be. Bastian plays a pretty big role in this film, and I thought they actually did utilize that character quite well. I liked what they ended up doing with him. Chloe Coleman I thought was also very good here. All the acting I think is very strong in this movie overall. And like I said, I do think there is some comedy that does work quite well, but the movie really just has this very charming and warm nature to it that ultimately made it a lot better than I ultimately did expect it to be. Yes, there are some things about the narrative that are a little bit ridiculous and it's hard to look past, but I think if you're able to do so, I think this honestly turns out to be a much better movie than it had any right to be. So yeah, B- for Marry Me. I wasn't expecting to like this one really at all, but watching it, I think if you're looking for just like a really like fun, harmless romantic comedy, I feel like you could do a lot worse than this film. So I honestly did end up enjoying this one. Holy shit, Blacklight. Look, Liam Neeson, I feel like, has really not been doing great lately. He was doing well for a while, and then he had to say some stuff that he probably should not have, and ever since then, I feel like he has been struggling to find, like, really good roles, and at this point, like, this is all he can really do, it feels like, is putting himself in these, like, very generic action movies, and for a while, they've just kind of been fine. I haven't really thought that much of them. Blacklight is the first, like, real offense, I feel like, of the ones that he has done. This movie is atrociously bad in so many aspects. I think the one thing that really does bring this one down from the others is just how long it takes to get to anything in this movie. The other films, they were simple enough to where they had action scenes to keep you engaged throughout. They had stuff going on that, yes, was very predictable, but I wouldn't say your time is necessarily wasted. Blacklight, it takes so long to get to anything here. For a long time, we are focusing on the character of Travis Block and him wanting to retire from, you know, basically being this, he doesn't want to do what he's doing anymore. He wants to put that aside. He wants to be able to have this relationship with his daughter, who he's struggling to connect with. He's trying to connect with her daughter, and that's not really working out. And, like, this is so much of what the movie is focusing on, and it does not work at all. You don't feel connected to anything going on within this story. It honestly feels like a lot of time is just being wasted, and it feels like a lot of it is just trying to get you to care emotionally about his family, so when they're eventually in peril, you will be attached to it. But it takes forever for that to actually happen, so you don't really care all that much. You're just kind of waiting for something to happen in this movie. So that alone is enough an issue. But then you look at the plot of this movie, and this whole film, it's supposed to involve this, like, government conspiracy of sorts, sorts, and something crazy going on with this, top secret, like, FBI program, and they're like killing all these different, like, innocent civilians and things like that. And you would think this conspiracy going on, we would really get a chance to figure out, like, what is this movie really trying to say? What are they really trying to get at here? And the answer is, I have no idea, because the film never explains anything. We don't know what their entire goal is. We don't really know what this conspiracy is all about. Why are they doing the things that they're doing? We have no idea. The movie just kind of expects you to go along with the ride and not even care about asking questions. And I'm just kind of like, why did we decide to go about it this way? This was honestly kind of an interesting plot, and the movie just completely just abandons it, and I don't really understand why they decided to do that. We also are following this character of Mira Jones, and I felt like her character could have actually been somewhat interesting. She's playing this character where, she's very aware of what's going on, and she is very much undermined by pretty much everyone else, within her, within her, all of her colleagues. They don't really take her seriously. They don't really feel like this is as big as it is, but she knows that she's onto something, and the way that it's done is just so poorly handled. It's so cheesy in that way. The dialogue also is atrociously bad in this movie. There are so many lines of dialogue that just does not work here at all. I was not a fan of anything that they were doing in terms of the dialogue here. I didn't really think it worked well at all. There's a character in the beginning of this movie, and she is, preaching like, very important, like, political beliefs and things like that, and the way that they just went about it felt so on the nose. It was just done in a very, like, cringeworthy manner, and I didn't like the way they went about that at all. And then when it comes to the editing of this movie, oh my god, the editing of this film felt like a direct-to-DVD film. It is so choppily handled. There's one scene where there's like this overlay of sorts, and then it cuts to something else, and then it cuts to something else as well. It's so terribly done when it comes to the action sequences in this movie. I don't know why they decided to depict them in the way that they did, but they're just honestly unwatchable in this film. I wouldn't even say the action sequences really save this film at all. I think they're honestly one of the worst parts of this movie, especially when you get to the actual climax of this film. The way everything plays out, it does it in such just like a rushed and fragmented manner, and I really just couldn't stand anything about this at all. In terms of performances, I mean, Liam Neeson is still good for what he does, and I don't think Emmy Raver Lampman was particularly bad here either, but oh my god, virtually everybody else I thought was just really bad in this movie. I was not a fan of really what anybody was doing here. And I just don't understand why Liam Neeson is like, well, I do understand, because these are like the only roles that he can attain, but like, this really gives me that sense that maybe he just needs to retire at this point. He's had a good run. He's been in a lot of great movies, but I feel like this may be a point to stop, because I just feel like this is getting so tired at this point, and especially when he's now subjecting himself to shit like this, which is so bottom of the barrel. I mean, there's gotta be a time where you say no, and I feel like this is the time to do that. So this is me just asking Liam Neeson to please just stop. Like, you've had a good run, just hang it up, and just finally, actually mean it when you say you're gonna retire from the action genre, because I don't think it is doing him any favors at this point. This was just completely unwatchable. I really hated this one a lot. It's easily, I think, one of the worst movies of the year. D for Blacklight. There are some things here and there that kind of work, but very little of it really does overall. Easily, I think, one of Liam Neeson's worst films he's ever done. Oh my god, Tall Girl 2, a movie that I was expecting, but also not expecting. I felt like this is one that we probably weren't going to get because of how universally panned the first movie was, but somehow we did, and honestly, I don't think this one is as bad as the first movie. Now, with that being said, this is still a bad movie. I do not want to make it seem like it is any better. It is anything that's even close to good, because it is very much not. But I do think that there are some things that this movie does do a little bit better than the first one. One of them is, I think Ava Michelle as an actress has immensely improved here. The first movie, I did not really like her at all. I felt she was very unbelievable. A lot of the line reading just did not really work at all when it came to her. But here it feels like she has taken the time to improve as an actress, and as a result, I think she is a much more capable lead in this movie. Jodie as a character, I still don't really like all that much, but I do think that overall, I think that she did a pretty good job here, and I thought her performance was definitely better. If there is anything that has improved in this movie, it is her as an actress. I do think she is a lot better here, and I do like what they ultimately ended up doing with her, and I thought that she wasn't terrible in this movie. The problem is, this is really just one of those films where, like, as you're watching it, you're just kind of questioning, like, why is this a thing? Why does this exist? What are they really trying to get at here? Because every plot point in this movie just kind of feels like filler. It doesn't really feel like there's much of anything going on, and I think it's because there wasn't much going on. The first Tall Girl, I mean, it pretty much wrapped up all of what that movie was really going for. As terribly handled as it was, and the horrible message that that movie tried to go with, you know, they do a good job. They really didn't have much more ground to cover. So here, it really just feels like we're getting a lot of filler. There are a string of plot points in this movie that are introduced, and they're dropped almost instantly. Some of them have, like, no resolution at all. There are characters that are introduced in this movie. For example, we meet Stig's sister in this film, and she is every bit as annoying as you're expecting her to be. I really don't I did not like her at all in this movie. I didn't like what they ended up doing with her. I found her character to be completely pointless overall. I don't think that she really worked very well here. We focus a little bit more on some of the secondary characters within, like, Jodie's friend group, and I like that we tried to focus on them more, but it doesn't really add much of anything to them whatsoever other than just reasons to try to implement these characters. There's this love triangle of sorts that starts up, and I felt that was also, like, completely unnecessary. It just feels like this is one of those movies that is just forcing conflict. The majority of this film, the main plot, revolves around a talent show. That's what we're doing here. It's literally about a talent show. And when the first movie, you know, yeah, there was, I wouldn't say it was very well handled at all, it was terribly well handled, but this movie is literally just revolving around the main character wanting to get the lead in Bye Bye Birdie, and her having all these different insecurities, and them constantly getting the best of her, and I don't think that storyline is handled terribly. I actually think there are some things there that kind of work when it comes to, you know, the way this movie deals with, like, anxiety and things like that, but I feel some of it is also a bit contradictory because it's also very similar to what the first movie was. It's just like, now you can replace her whole, you know, oh, I'm tall and I feel insecure with just anxiety. It feels like that's what's going on here, and I don't think they did a really good job with that at all. I think there are some moments that kind of work, but some of them very much do not. Sabrina Carpenter is another character. They seem to have no idea what to do with her in this movie. She's just kind of here because she needs to be. There's a lot of characters here that are very much like that, and I think that's really what does end up bringing this movie down, is that it just feels like there isn't really much for them to do. I think that the themes about anxiety that they cover, they are somewhat admirable, and it is definitely a bit more tolerable than the first, but it is one of the most, like, pointless sequels I have seen in so long. There's nothing it really does to try to improve upon the first film or really add something to these characters that wasn't there before. It really just feels like Netflix, you know, had the first movie perform pretty well, so they said, why not do a sequel? But they had no idea what to really do with it. And I swear to God, if this becomes a franchise in any way, it's just another example of Netflix trying to, you know, capitalize on films that are mostly just very subpar and don't really need any expansion on. This is one of the most blatant examples of that. And like I said, there are things to like about this movie. I think Griffin Gluck and Ava Michelle are both really good here. Angelica Washington, I think, is also a pretty big standout in this movie. I think she was definitely someone that had a lot more to do than the first movie, and I liked what she ended up doing here overall. But other than that, this really is just a movie where they don't seem to have any idea what they really want to do with it. It feels like they were already backed into a corner the second this movie was greenlit, because it's like, what do we really do with this story? and it doesn't really feel like they delivered on anything aside from providing, I think, some good messages about anxiety and not letting that get the best of you, which I do think is overall pretty well handled. There really isn't much that Tall Girl 2 really does have to say, and as a result, I think this is just such a pointless sequel. So yeah, I mean, you probably didn't see this, but you probably wanted to hear my thoughts on it because of how much I despise the first movie. I still hate this one. It's not as bad as the first one, but it's still pretty bad overall, and I think it's just another example of Netflix just constantly cashing in on the most mediocre and on the most mediocre and unnecessary properties possible. So D+ for Tall Girl 2. Like I said, I didn't absolutely like hate myself as much as I did watching this one as I did with the first movie, but I still found this to be pretty terrible overall. All right, I Want You Back. Similar to Marry Me, I feel like this is just a really charming romantic comedy. It's one that I think actually does have a really fun premise behind it with these two characters and them trying to get back together with, their significant others that have broken up with them and them kind of befriending those characters, I think is a really fun premise. And this movie does do quite a bit with that. I think right off the bat, Charlie Day and Jenny Slate work really well together. You buy into their chemistry, you like their back and forth, and I thought that they worked really well in this movie. But also Scott Eastwood, I thought was a particularly big standout here. I'm not usually a very big fan of him, but I think this is probably the best I've ever seen him. He had so much more personality in this movie, and you actually really do like the friendship that him and Charlie Day's character do develop, and I thought that it worked really well in this movie, their overall back and forth. And then while we see like Jenny Slate get closer with Manny Jacinto's character and their relationship, I did enjoy quite a bit. So I think there's a lot of things that work really well here. The comedy is also very funny. There is one joke in particular that I did not think was going to work as well as it did. It involves a party that Charlie Day and Scott Eastwood's characters have attended, and my god, it might have been the hardest I laughed the entire movie. I just loved what they end up doing there. Really, the only thing I think that brings this movie down is, one, there are some cliche elements, as there are with a lot of romantic comedies, and that does ultimately, I think, bring this movie down a bit. I do think that there are some subplots that are kind of unnecessary. There's a whole other subplot involving Charlie Day and him befriending this kid who's in this musical, and it was really sweet, but it just felt kind of superfluous. Like, you could kind of cut that from the movie, and I don't think much really changes. And don't get me wrong, I enjoyed that because we got to see a lot of performances of Little Shop of Horrors and things like that. But it just didn't really serve much of a purpose to the overall story, and I think they could have done a better job with that overall. Also, I did feel that the movie did go in some pretty predictable directions, but there were some things that I also wasn't expecting. Gina Rodriguez's character, for example, there is a direction they go with her that I wasn't really expecting, and I ultimately liked what they ended up doing there. Jason Orley's directing is also really well done. He's able to combine, I think, the really comedic moments very well with the heart of this movie. There is a real beating heart that you do latch onto in this film, and I think that works out very well here. The screenplay as well, I really did enjoy a lot. Like I said, you really do buy into the friendship and eventual relationship that Peter and Emma really do end up developing, and you latch onto those two characters. So yeah, I think overall this is just a really solid romantic comedy. I could see this being one that people continue to rediscover, and hopefully it really does, it really is one of those, overlooked romantic comedies that I hope more people start seeking out, because I really do think it is something special. There's a really great song as well at the end of this movie. It's called Finding You Backwards, and I have not been able to stop listening to it. Literally the only way you can download it, though, is on Amazon Music, and that pisses me off because I rarely use that platform. But regardless, this is still a really fun movie. I very much do recommend. I really wish more people were talking about it because I do think it is really good for what it is. So yeah, I really enjoyed this one a lot. I'm gonna give it a B. Like I said, it does have some cliche moments here and there, but for everything in, but those are easy to overlook just based on how charming and how fun and also just how frequently hilarious of a film this really is. So I definitely recommend this one a lot. The Sky is Everywhere was massively disappointing to me. This movie has so much potential. We're dealing with this girl. She's going through a very tough loss within her life, and there's a lot that you can explore here. You can explore how she, feels losing, her sister, and kind of how these two were kind of like side by side for a while. This is something that the movie talks about, is that these two had this very close relationship, and you could really dive into, that void that she feels not having her sister there, or how she feels lesser compared to her sister, and maybe that's now, maybe now she has an opportunity to become her own person with her sister gone. But also how that makes her feel guilty because her sister isn't around anymore. And, I thought there's a lot that they can really do with that. You can get into how this affects pretty much everybody around her. And I just thought there was so much potential with a premise like this. Josephine Decker on board. And there are things that do work really well in this movie. Right off the bat, I think Grace Kaufman's performance here is fantastic. She conveys the emotion that this character is going through very well. I think she really does ground this character, and I liked what she ended up doing with the character of Lenny. You can buy into what she's going to pretty well because of that. There are some other good performances here, like Cherry Jones and Jason Segel. They give strong performances as well, despite not being in the movie that much. I think they do give solid performances. The problem is all of this is bogged down by what could be this very tragic story about this girl learning to cope with grief. It's instead reduced to this very by-the-numbers coming-of-age film that's also this, romance movie, and just really doesn't work at all. The romance at the center here is just not very good. You don't feel there's any chemistry between these two actors, but it also just doesn't feel that important. It feels like an afterthought. It's like they had this idea for what they wanted to do, but they only focused on this romance, and there's this love triangle of sorts, and it just really didn't work at all because I didn't care about either of the characters. Also, unfortunately, our main character, despite Kaufman's best efforts, is absolutely insufferable here. I understand she's gone through a very tough loss within her life, but it does not excuse just how annoying this character really is. I mean, pretty much everyone she just treats like absolute shit. These characters are looking for her best interest. They're trying to bond with her, and she just completely shuts them away. There are so many decisions she makes in this movie that are just so questionable to watch, and when the film tries to give you an idea of why she's doing that, it just doesn't really work at all. And I feel like it's actually a major disservice to this movie, because in her making these decisions, it stifles the film from really giving us a chance to delve deep into what this character is really going through, what is plaguing her, which is that grief. We don't really get a chance to see how this loss has affected her. It doesn't feel like that loss is as prominent in the film as it should be. The character that she's lost in the film also just feels like an afterthought. There are things that are revealed about her, and they just feel like they're there to be shocking. They're not really there to be anything that enhances this character or gets you to know her better, and see why this has affected our main character so much, and I just didn't think they did a very good job with that at all. There's so many moments here that also are just very cheesy to watch, and I don't think we're handling well. The climax in particular is laughably stupid. The direction that this goes in, it felt like they needed some kind of emotional investment. They needed something to really thrill you and really just, blow everyone away, give you this really just emotional payoff, and it just flatlines completely, I think, in terms of emotion. It is so stupid the way that they decided to go about it. It came right the fuck out of nowhere, and I just really could not stand the climax to this movie. I will say, from a directorial perspective, Josephine Decker does do a good job here. She is trying to bring something to this movie. She's trying to add this somberness. She's trying to add almost this imaginative feel. The cinematography is really well done here. There are a lot of really interesting scenes that I think are are very well filmed. I do think that, unfortunately, the visual style does not really mesh with what's going on in this movie. I appreciate the visuals a lot here, but it does often feel like they are overcompensating for what is honestly a very by-the-numbers story. There's also a lot of characters here that we just don't really get to know, including her love interest in the film. I didn't feel like I knew anything about this character, and every time he showed up, I'm like, oh yeah, this guy's still here. Both Jason Segel and Cherry Jones are completely wasted in this movie, especially Jason Segel. He has almost nothing to do. There's like a subplot with him that could have been interesting, but the film barely does anything with it. This was just such a disappointing movie. There was so much potential to make this concept work. There was so much potential to make this a very like effective and relatable film for many, but unfortunately with the way that they go about it, everything just feels off. It never feels like they are really diving headfirst into, you know, what this film should really be about. And while there definitely is a lot on display here in terms of, you know, Josephine Decker's directing, the cinematography I think is really well done. There are some good performances. The characters and the writing are just far too infuriating for me to overall recommend this. I honestly was surprised by just how much I didn't like this film. I really was impressed by the marketing. I thought it had a lot of potential, but unfortunately it just really fell flat in every aspect possible. So C- for The Sky is Everywhere. I was really pulling for this one, but really this is just another very generic YA movie that reminds me why I can't stand these movies as much as I do. So we're going to go from one YA movie to another one, the in-between, and honestly, this wasn't that bad. I think the one thing that does really work in this movie is the chemistry between Joey King and Kyle Allen. These two surprisingly have a really, you know, nice chemistry. They balance each other out really well. You buy into their overall relationship, the highs and the lows, all of that I think is really well done throughout both these characters. Joey King in particular is very good in this movie. You understand the weight of what she's going through, but you also understand why this has affected her as much as it has, and I think that she does do a good job in this film. Celeste O'Connor, you know, is good for what they have in this movie. They don't have a ton to do, mind you, but they're just an actor that I always have enjoyed watching. Everything that they have appeared in, I think they've done a really good job in, and this is yet another example of their talents. Unfortunately, what really holds this movie back for me is half of the film I think works really well. Anytime we are focusing on the flashbacks in this movie and we're seeing the relationship between these two and, you know, the different trials and tribulations that they went through, I think the movie does actually handle it pretty well. Not just because of the chemistry between both characters, but it really feels like we're getting to know these two characters as well. You know, certain struggles that they're going through within their lives. I think it's presented very well, and that was really the time I was invested in this movie, is getting to see these two bond and how their relationship evolves. I thought that was probably the strongest part of this movie. The part that doesn't really work is really the main storyline, which is our main character and her sort of dealing with her boyfriend's loss, and her now thinking that like he's trying to reconnect with her from the afterworld. This part of the movie just never really works because, one, they don't really do a good job of explaining how any of this is really happening. Two, your investment just isn't really there. It feels like with him gone, there just isn't a lot that this movie has to focus on. There isn't a lot that this movie wants to accomplish, and I think that's what really does bring it down. I think what they needed to do in order to really make this work was pick one. You could have had those flashbacks, but you could have put them earlier on in the film, or you could have just not had the flashbacks at all and just have this be fully within the present day. Because having both here, there is one part of the movie that is far stronger than the other, and the present day stuff just did not work for me in the way that I wanted to. I think there are some strong moments, but especially with where the film goes in the third act, it just was not working for me very much at all. I thought it got way too cheesy as well towards the end. I didn't really like where they end up going with it. So overall, I just found this to be very much a mixed bag. Like I said, I think the leads work well together. I think there are some good themes here about, you know, love and how, you know, that part of you never really goes away and things like that. But the supernatural elements just do not really work here. I don't think that the explanation really makes a lot of sense either. There is some dialogue as well that just really doesn't work. So overall, I think there are parts of this movie that I ended up liking more than I expected to, but I cannot say as a whole I really did end up enjoying this one. It's filmed nicely, it's acted nicely, but there's just so much more that I think this movie could have done that it just didn't for me. And there was a lot, especially in the present day, that was just very much lacking. So yeah, C for the in-between. I really wasn't looking forward to this at all, and it gave me a little bit more than I was expecting, but overall, it's really just another very forgettable romance film for me. So remember back in January, which I'd say back in January, but like I literally just talked about these movies when I talked about the Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild and how that was Disney trying to latch onto a dead property and having no idea what to do with it. Well, pretty much all of the problems that were present in the Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild are basically what plague the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is just everything I cannot stand about reboot horror films. This really feels like one of those movies where Netflix is looking through the catalog of horror franchises. They are thinking about, you know, which ones have been rebooted recently and which ones do we think we can take a hold of, and they decided to distribute the new Texas Chainsaw, and I have no idea why, because one, these films have not been doing well. I feel like all the new ones that have come out, nobody's really liked them, nobody's really praised them at all, they haven't really been memorable movies. The things that have been memorable are not exactly favorable things, so I don't really understand, one, why they would decide to distribute this movie. Two, with how little effort is put into this movie, why even bother with this film? That's really what I want to know, because this is one of the laziest horror films that I have seen in quite a bit. Right off the bat, I mean, everything this movie is trying to do does not work in the slightest. There is... In the beginning of the film, there is this social commentary that is presented. These characters are going into this very stereotypical, like, Texas town where everyone is just very racist and problematic, which, I mean, sure, that's probably pretty on point with what you would see within the South, but it's done in such a cartoonish and phony manner that you just can't take any of it seriously. And the movie is trying to, I think, implement, you know, relevant social commentary and add all these different themes, and they really have no business being here because the movie does absolutely nothing with them. It's like they only added it here just because they thought being topical would make the movie more impactful, and it really doesn't at all, because when you're not doing anything with those themes, it feels like they are only here because you want this film to, you know, you want people to be more impacted by this film. You thought that adding this stuff would somehow make the movie better, and it really doesn't when you don't really do anything with these ideas. They just kind of throw them out there, especially in the beginning of the movie. They are just so haphazard with all of these different things that they have on their mind, but they don't really want to do anything with them. The most that we get, in terms of relevance, is the main Elsie Fisher's character in this movie is terrified of guns because she was involved in like this school shooting, and because of that she doesn't want to see any guns. And you would think the rest of the movie is kind of dealing with the trauma of this and her trying to cope with what happened, but no, the idea of character development in this movie to these writers is she's going to learn how to not be afraid of guns by learning to use guns and learning to use them to defeat the threats in this movie. And my God, I have not been rolling my eyes this much in a long time when it comes to a horror film. I mean, the character development is just so bad here with pretty much every character, and besides her, there is nothing to any of these characters. There's nothing to latch onto. There is nothing to really give you anything relevant. They're trying to do this like sister, type bond, and it doesn't really work at all because they don't really dive into it. So the characters already kind of suck. I mean, they're so one-dimensional. They also make some of the dumbest decisions I've seen in a horror film in so long. If you want like a checklist of just all the stupid things the characters do in a horror movie to put themselves in danger, look no further than this film. Pretty much all of them, I guarantee you, happens in this movie. I was so baffled by just the stupidity of some of these characters. I understand that in horror films, characters have to make, illogical decisions to put themselves in harm's way. But the way this movie goes about it, I mean, it is so blatantly obvious that this is something they should not do, and yet they choose to do it. And there are easy solutions to get them out of this. And it is just so frustrating to watch, especially, again, when you give me nothing to latch onto when it comes to these characters. So when these characters eventually do start getting killed off, because obviously this is a slasher film, I don't give a flying fuck because I don't know anything about these characters, and I feel frustrated by the fact that they decided to kill off these characters without me really getting to know anything about them. So that already was really pissing me off. But then you factor in Leatherface, who this movie just fundamentally does not understand. Leatherface is supposed to be this sort of like very deranged, very sadistic, sort of killer. He's supposed to be someone who has been pushed over the edge. A lot of people have said that Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original one, it's supposed to be this allegory for like toxic masculinity and things like that. Someone who's been pushed over the edge and is now trying to get his vengeance on these characters as a result. What Leatherface is not is this superhuman that is basically indestructible at every single turn and is able to pop up in spaces that no human being could ever pop up in, and yet is always in harm's, and any time that he is in harm's way, there is not a spout of blood on him, there is not anything, there is nothing that doesn't keep this guy alive. And I've said this before, when you do that with a villain, it just makes the villain really boring, and that's exactly what they do with Leatherface in this movie. He is so overpowered to the point where he does feel like a supervillain. It feels like nothing can harm Leatherface in this movie. He's just always going to come out on top, and it just does not work at all. At a certain point, it is very hard to take any of this seriously. There's not a second of this movie where I feel like he is the least bit threatening. There is not a second of this movie where you are really intimidated by Leatherface. It is just really stupid what they decided to do, and it feels like they didn't really know what to do with him. It's just a really odd choice. And again, I understand that the social commentary that they added in here should be relevant to the movie, but it really isn't at all, and it just feels like they have nothing to do other than just reference it. So that doesn't really work. The kills also here are really bad. They're also pretty infrequent. They don't really happen as often as you would expect, and a lot of them just really leave a lot to be desired, especially because the movie is not nearly as graphic as you are expecting. They are cutting away a lot of the time, and so it doesn't really work very much. So the character development is really bad, but then they try to tie it into the original film, and my God, is this one of the most lame and blatant attempts to bank on nostalgia that I have seen in so long. What they do with the character of Sally in this movie, because Sally does appear in this film, is so fucking insulting to everything this character has been through. It feels like they had no idea what to do with her. They don't understand her at all. They don't even know really who Sally is other than she's the main character of the first movie. So we're just going to throw her in here, and what she ultimately feels like is she is here again to make this movie more meaningful, similar to the political commentary that the movie has no idea what to do with. It's just here to make the movie more meaningful, and it doesn't. It falls so flat in that way, and the way all of that played out was just horrible to me. I could not believe what they decided to do with her character. It feels very much, many points in this movie, like the filmmakers watched Halloween 2018 and they wanted to do their own sort of version of it, but they don't really understand what made that movie work. What made that movie work was really connecting with Laurie and feeling that PTSD that this character has gone through and diving into that head first, and how that has kind of isolated her from her entire family and things like that. This movie doesn't even try to do a fraction of that. This movie is, again, just so brief when it comes to character development. Everything just feels so underdeveloped in this movie. So again, there's so much that pissed me off here. The cinematography is atrocious. It's so terribly filmed. The kills as well are just insultingly bad. There's one on a bus. Everybody's talked about it, and it's terrible the way that whole thing plays out. Yes, it's kind of cool from a surface level, but other than that, there really isn't much going on here that I can say, yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, that's something that really does elevate this movie. And then the ending happens, and the way that this all wraps up is so anger-inducing. It makes the whole movie feel like a waste of time with the way they decided to play things out here. It felt like we were finally getting to something, and then the way they wrap things up is just one of the most blatant fuck you endings in a horror film that I have seen in a very long time. I really just could not stand anything about this movie whatsoever. Like I said, there's a good performance here from Elsie Fisher, but that's literally it. That is the only thing that really does save this movie. She does give a decent performance, admittedly. I will give her that, but other than that, this is one of the most blatant attempts at trying to cash in on nostalgia, but having no idea what to do with it whatsoever. But it also feels like there was so little care that was put into this movie. They just wanted to revive a dead franchise. That's it. They didn't really care how they went about it. They didn't really care what the story was. They didn't really care about what made that original work. No, they just went for the most basic story possible, and with that, you know, when it comes down to it, you have to wonder why this really even needed to exist at all, and the answer is that it didn't. We could have easily just had the last Texas Chainsaw, which already was not a very good movie at all, and not have this, but considering how terrible this was, I really think we just need to stop trying to revive this franchise. I feel like it is best to just leave it be, because it doesn't really seem like anybody is going to be able to recapture what made that original film work as well as it did. And I'm not saying that this needed to be better than the original, but at least understand what made that film work, and this film just really didn't understand that at all. So yeah, this was just a really terrible horror film all around. Even if you try to separate it from the other Texas Chainsaw films and you look at it as its own thing, I think this is still just a really terrible horror film. It's not scary. The characters are terribly written. The gore and things like that, yes, it's very bloody, but it feels honestly kind of gratuitous at times. The themes that they try to insert here are not handled well because they don't really expand upon them in any way. This is just all around a really terrible horror film that I feel like is kind of the blueprint of what is really wrong with horror films these days. So yeah, I absolutely just hated pretty much everything about this one. So Texas Chainsaw Massacre definitely gets a D. Alright, The Cursed, first off, I don't know what it is with a lot of these Sundance movies having, like, a really good initial title at first. Like, Eight for Silver is, I think, a really clever title. It sticks out. It's something that intrigues you. And then they decide to, when they want to market the movie, think that The Cursed is a better title, even though, to me, The Cursed sounds like a movie that I could find on, like, Netflix or VOD and doesn't really stick out much at all. Breaking is another example, should have stayed as 892, but again, that's a whole different discussion. We're not reviewing the title of the movie or reviewing the movie. The Curse is very frustrating because I think there are a lot of ideas at play here that actually do work very well. There's a lot of what this movie is going for that I really did like. Sean Ellis, I think, is a very good directorial effort from him. He has, I think, a very good sense of atmosphere, but he also has a very specific style that I think works very well in this movie, and I really did like what he ended up doing. It also is able to build tension really well here. I mean, for a while, you don't really know what's going on, but you're always feeling very unsettled. You're always feeling like there is something that is just foreboding throughout this movie, and you're just kind of waiting for it to come out, and I thought that that was something that they did a particularly very strong job with, so I thought all of that was really well done. But that being said, I think the performances also are really good here. Boyd Holbrook does a really good job as the character of John McBride. You know, you really are rooting for this guy. You want him to get to the bottom of what's really going on here. But it's Kelly Riley for me who really is the big standout. You know, she's playing this character that is very much in distress throughout a good portion of the movie, and you really do feel, you know, what is getting at her. She wants to get to the bottom of things and really just wants this case to be solved in any way, get to the bottom of, you know, what's really going on within the woods. And I really liked her character a lot. I thought that her performance was very strong here. So there's a lot that really does work well in this movie. Unfortunately, script-wise, I think that's really what does bring this film down, because I will be honest with you guys, the first 30 to 40 minutes of this film, I was honestly really bored. It's a very slow build, and I am fine with like a build-up, but the build-up here just wasn't particularly interesting to me. There are things that are presented, but it's really taking a while to figure out what we are really getting at. And then after we get past those 40 minutes, we start to realize more of what this film is really about. And once the film starts to kind of unravel into what it is, I found it to be something generally compelling. It turned into this very interesting body horror of sorts that I thought worked really well, honestly. I was really enjoying the mystery that was presented here, the case of what was happening. I thought all of that was really well handled in this movie. We start to realize, you know, and this is not really a spoiler because it's like, I think it's pretty obvious, we are dealing with werewolves here, and the look of said creature, you know, the werewolves, I think are really well done and things like that. And I really didn't know how this was all going to play out when you start to realize, you know, what these characters are dealing with. I thought all of that was really well done. So I was on board for a lot of this movie. Within that second act, we start to dive deeper into the family as well, and what's really gotten them to this point, but also how they've been dealing with this situation. There's a really interesting subplot involving Alistair Petrie's character and kind of what he has been going through as well. So there's a lot of things here that I thought worked really well in this movie. Unfortunately, and really for a while, this film did have me. There's a really good climax here that's very unsettling, very gory, like much more than you would expect it to. The film really does not hold back in terms of that, despite it not having the biggest budget. I mean, it really does not hold back in terms of the gore here, and that's something else that I was very impressed by. So I really was with a lot of this movie up until the ending. Without getting into too much, there is something that we are told at the beginning of the movie that I was okay with. I was like, okay, I understand what's going on here. I think that this is a really compelling idea. I get what they are, you know, I want to know more of what this is all about. And then they reveal what the actual cause of this was and what this was actually all getting at. And once they did that, I just really had an issue with latching onto that idea. I felt like it undermined a lot of what the movie was really trying to set up. You realize that the movie has been building to something all along, but it never really felt like this is what we were getting at. It felt like the way the movie ended before would have been a fine way to end it, but they try to add this like last minute revelation, and it just really didn't work here. It really fell flat for me. I get what they were trying to do, but it just really felt like something that kind of just overcomplicated things in a way that didn't need to happen. So overall, I do appreciate a lot about this movie. I really like the fact that this is a lower budget film. It doesn't rely on constant jump scares and things like that. There are a lot of dream sequences in the first act of this movie that I could have done without. I will definitely say that. But I think, you know, atmosphere-wise, I think tension-wise, and story-wise as well, you know, I really did appreciate a lot about this movie, how gruesome it got at points. Unfortunately, though, I think this really is a film I just wanted to like a lot more, and that's really what I will remember when it comes to this movie, is just how much better I think it could have been. Structurally, I think this movie could have been a lot better, and also writing-wise, I think there were a lot of things you could have, you know, redone a little bit, maybe have another draft of this movie. I think that twist at the end actually could have worked, but because of the script and how, you know, slow of a build it was, and then how it felt like we were getting to something, and then the movie went in this other direction, it just felt a bit anticlimactic to me by the time it wrapped up. And really, the more I thought about it, the more it just really kind of sunk a lot of the good work that the movie was doing. So with that being said, like, I do think this is a film that is worth seeking out because it is really trying to do something different, and that's something that I really did appreciate. But when it comes down to the overall film, it really is just one that I found more frustrating than anything. So yeah, C+ for The Cursed. I know this was kind of long-winded, a lot longer than I expected to when it came to talking about this movie, but this is one that I really did kind of have me for a bit, but unfortunately the ending really did kind of lost a lot of what I was liking about the film. So I do recommend seeking it out, but just don't expect a very satisfying film overall. I do really hope, though, that as a director, Sean Ellis continues to make really good movies. He's got it in him. I think he has a very specific style. He just needs to focus a bit more on what makes his films work, maybe tighten up his script, and I think he really does have something going for him. But unfortunately, this film, I don't think, was the best effort overall. Dog was a lot better than I expected to be. You know, when a lot of the times when I go into these films, I expect something very, like, emotionally manipulative and melodramatic, this very just sort of, you know, typical story about a dog and you know, his relationship with a human and their overall bond, and how eventually the dog is probably going to die and things like that. But that's not really what this movie is at all. Instead, what we get is honestly a really fun road trip film. A lot of it is boosted through the talents of Channing Tatum. He is great in this movie. He does a really good job, I think, at making this feel very believable, but also connecting you to this character. And that was something that was very surprising to me. The movie does do a really good job of diving into the past of this character, you know, what's really plaguing him. There are a lot of things that have happened within his past that are very much haunting him throughout this movie. You know, he had a relationship and that kind of fell out, and especially when it comes to, you know, his time within the army and him kind of reflecting on things, you know, he has this crippling PTSD that is just constantly nagging at him. And I thought the way the movie presented it overall was honestly really well done. I was surprised by how well fleshed out of a character he turned out to be. There is something that is haunting at him. You eventually find out what it is, and it made the character that much better as a result. And that was something that really did surprise me. I expect him to be very one-note, but they really did a good job at presenting a legitimate dilemma for this character and how he is able to alleviate that through the bond with this dog. I thought was overall really well done, but the movie also is a lot of fun to watch. I thought that there were a lot of really funny sequences that worked out very well in this movie, and that's something that definitely did end up sticking out to me. There's one sequence in particular involving a hotel that I thought was really well done. I didn't know how it was going to overall play out, just because of how it was handled, but I really liked how they ended up doing it. I thought that was a particularly fun sequence. I think the only thing that really does bring this movie down for me is that there are a lot of characters here, and this happens in a lot of movies like this where you only see them every so often, and there are some that I just wanted a little bit more out of. I think if they had given as much focus to some of these characters as they did on Channing Tatum, I think that the movie could have been even better. There are some characters here that I was like, this is really interesting. I want to see what they do with them. And then they just kind of cut it off and move on to the next thing. And I felt like they could have done a better job at diving more into, you know, that character and, you know, seeing their overall bond with this dog and whatnot. I thought they could have done a better job with that. The whole movie's really leading up to this funeral of sorts. And once you do eventually get there, it just really ties everything together very nicely. So yeah, overall, I found this to be a much more like heartwarming film than I expected. It is very feel good. It has a really good performance from Channing Tatum. I thought that the cinematography was pretty good here and things like that. So yeah, I honestly would recommend this one a lot more than I thought I would. It definitely has a charm to it that I think overall works really well. B for Dog, a much better movie than I really did expect it to be. Oh my god, it's the February Shudder movie. Like I said, I'm trying to do at least one of these per month in terms of the what I watch movies. And this one is Hellbender, and this one I very much recommend. I think it's a very original horror film. First off, I do want to take the time to talk about the director of this movie. The director of this film is someone that, once again, I'm not overly familiar with, Zelda Adams, but from what I understand, she has directed quite a few movies, but all the movies that she directs, she likes to do only with her family. It's kind of her way of directing films. You know, it's kind of like a family tradition, like they do this together, which I think is kind of sweet. And I think this film shows this is very much a winning formula. It's something that, you know, definitely they should stick with. And I think that you know, seeing how it works in this movie, I definitely do hope they're able to, you know, John Adams, Zelda Adams, and Toby Poser are able to continue this within future films. But the premise of this movie, I think, is very interesting. It starts off and it's this, you know, this girl and her mother, and they're living this very like peaceful existence in the woods, except they spend their time creating metal music. But then Izzy, the main character, she starts to realize, you know, more dark histories about her family, and it turns into this whole other thing. And I think it does a really good job, first of all, of really showing this very contentious mother-daughter relationship. The mother here is very overly critical of what her daughter does. She's very strict when it comes to her parenting and things like that. And I think all of that is really well handled. But then diving into what she's actually doing and the secrets that she's hiding from her daughter and everything that she's, you know, why she's doing the things that she's doing really makes this that much more interesting. And I really liked where they ended up going with it. Zelda Adams also is phenomenal in this movie. I've never seen her before, but I think that she is a real talent to watch out for. She really does command the screen very well. There are parts of this movie that honestly are very funny, and I thought that her comedic timing worked very well, but she also is the kind of character that you do find yourself latching onto. A lot of the time, she is the audience, where she's kind of just like slowly processing everything that's going on, but I thought she did a really good job with that. And Toby Poser also is fantastic here. I really liked what she ended up doing in this movie. I think both of them worked very well together here. You know, for what John Adams has, he does do a good job here. So I think there's a lot that really works well about this movie. The music, I think, is also really good. What really does end up bringing this down for me is I do think this movie is a little bit too short. There are certain subplots that I would have liked to see a little bit more of. There's a friendship that Izzy develops with this girl that I don't think is touched upon nearly as well as it should be. I think if the movie was at least 20 minutes longer, I think we would have gotten a little bit more out of this premise, but for what it does very well. It's very creepy. It goes in some really fucked up and unexpected directions, and that's something that I really did enjoy, but it also is very fun to watch. There's a lot of humor, like I said, inserted throughout this movie, and I think that works really well. And like I said, for what this is, basically this like smaller underground film that this family is making, and this is kind of like what they're building their career off of, I just think is really awesome, and I hope they're able to stick to it because it definitely is working for them. And I hope moving forward they're able to continue making movies because I think all of them really do have a lot of talent. They very much do show it throughout this movie, and I think that alone is enough a reason to check this one out. So yeah, I think this is another one that definitely seek it out if you can. I think Shudder is a really great service, finding ways to shed light on like smaller horror directors, and I think this is one of the best examples of that for sure. B- for Hellbender. I didn't absolutely love this, but I really did like a lot of things about it, and I think it's definitely worth checking out. Okay, so Studio 666, I'll get this out of the way. Technically, this is not that great of a movie. There are a lot of things I think that do bring this film down. From a filmmaking perspective, it can be very disjointed. It can be very weak in a lot of areas. A lot of the time, it can very much feel like a B movie, but I think for what this is, for me at least, it works really well. This is very much one of those movies where either it works for you or it doesn't, and I don't think there really is that middle ground of it's like, you might like it, you might not. I think this really is like a like it or hate it kind of movie, and for me, I'm very much in the camp where I like this. I think what really does make this movie ultimately work for me is the Foo Fighters themselves. I think all work really well here. Some of them are not the greatest actors, I will definitely say, but the ones that are surprisingly really good. specifically when it comes to Dave Grohl in this movie, surprisingly is great in this film. He has a real presence to him as an actor, and honestly is given a lot of challenging material, and I think he pulls all of it off very well. He simultaneously has to be really funny, but he also has to have this really like intimidating edge to him, but he also has to be this like very asshole-ish character, and I think all of that he represents very well within this movie. It felt like he was having a lot of fun, and I really do think he has real talent outside of this film to where if he wants to continue acting in movies, I am very much here for it, and I think he definitely does have a lot of talent within him. So I really do like what he was doing in this movie, and the actual premise of what the Foo Fighters are going through, where they're moving into this mansion to write and they find out the house is cursed. It does not quite go in the direction that you're expecting. The actual lore and the, you know, whole like and the whole like world building of what's going on here, I think all of that is actually very strong, and I really did enjoy the premise of this movie. As ridiculous as it may be, I actually do think it works pretty well. What this movie has to say about like writer's block and things like that, you know, yes, it does it in a silly manner, but I think it does cover all those aspects quite well, and I liked what they ultimately did in this movie. The Foo Fighters themselves, you really do feel their bond here and things like that. Getting to see them make music and like the creative process behind it is also really well done. Yes, a lot of these songs are ridiculous in their own way, but I think that they still do a good job at making this feel believable. It feels at points like you are watching them, you know, how they actually do go about recording music, and that's something I think that the movie does do a really good job with, so that's something else that I really did enjoy. The movie does get really insane in the third act. I think there are a lot of moments that don't really work here. There's some CGI as well that is very questionable and really did not work at all, but honestly, I wouldn't really say it took me out of the movie, because I do think that the CGI does ultimately work quite well here. The bigger issue with this movie is that there are a lot of Foo Fighters, and some of them the movie just has no idea what to do with. Whitney Cummings is in this film, plays a pretty major role, and I honestly found her character to not be of that great of importance. I think that she starts off, and it seems like she's going to go somewhere, but the movie doesn't really seem to know what to do with her throughout the majority of this, and I just didn't find her to be a character that I really found myself attaching to, and what they ultimately did with her, I just really wasn't that big of a fan of when it came to that. That being said, there are some really gruesome killings in this movie, and a lot of them do turn out to be very effective in that way. There is one especially that I was so surprised with how far they ended up going with it, but they really did go for it, and that's something I really did appreciate in this film. I will also say, if you are excited to see actors like Jenna Ortega or Will Forte or Leslie Grossman in this movie, don't get too excited, because they were really not in this all that much. They really do not have a ton to do in this film. Jenna Ortega has, I think, like 2 scenes in this movie, and Will Forte has a couple more, but that's really it. They really do not have much to do here, and I don't necessarily think their characters were wasted, but I would have liked to see a little bit more of them, because I do think they were very interesting characters. Will Forte's in particular, I thought was going to stick around for a bit, and I would have liked to see what they ended up doing with him, and then Jenna Ortega represents this other sort of side of the movie of something that has happened before, you know, within this, you know, this incident that these characters find themselves involved in, and I would have liked to see more of you know, what they end up doing with that character. So I don't think that worked quite as well as it should have. And like I said, some of the characters here, they just don't really have that much of an idea of what to do with. But for what this is, I do think it does work really well. It's very silly. It's very over the top. It's definitely not going to work for a lot of people. But for me, I just found this to be very fun. I really just like how much they really did go for it here. It felt like they weren't really holding back. It felt like the Foo Fighters were like, you know, let's just make the most ridiculous horror film possible. And they really did end up going for it, and I think overall it does end up paying off. Yes, it goes in some really absurd directions. There's a lot of things that towards the end just don't really make a lot of sense, and there are some characters that feel like they really do get the short end of the stick. And like I said, some of the Foo Fighters just really aren't the greatest actors, but the things that work, I think, really do work here. So ultimately, I do think I did overall like this one. So B- for Studio 666. Like I said, I think it's going to be very much a hit or miss movie for a lot of people, but for me, I think it worked really well. I'll be honest with you guys, I really don't remember Big Gold Brick all that much. I remember thinking that this had some potential behind it. It seemed like it was going to be something kind of like weird and out there and absurd in that way, but the problem is that's really all this movie ends up being. Yes, it is weird. Yes, it does go in some strange directions, but it doesn't necessarily make for a very compelling story. I honestly found a lot of this to be very boring in that way and very overlong, and I don't think that they did a very good job when it came to this story and where it ultimately does end up going. Andy Garcia is good for what he has here. I think he is giving a performance. It doesn't feel like he's sleepwalking throughout this movie. It feels like he is trying to put something into this. But Emery Cohen is so bad in this film. He is so miscast in this role. You do not feel connected to his character in the slightest. And a lot of the time, it feels like he himself is very confused. He doesn't know what to do in this film. He doesn't really know how to go about this role. And it really does show in this movie. There are a lot of other actors here that are completely wasted. Megan Fox and Lucy Hale are just playing very one-note characters that I just could not find myself getting attached to. Oscar Isaac doesn't even appear in this movie until literally the third act, and he does have probably one of the funniest scenes in the movie, but he's there way too late, and I think if he would have joined earlier on, he would have made a little bit more of an impact here. A lot of this movie just is very stupid. It goes in some really dumb directions, and I just don't think it ultimately ended up working for me. And I hate to say it because I don't like to use this word very often these days, but I did find a lot of this movie to be very pretentious. It felt like there were a lot of ideas here that they were trying to make this film feel more important than it was, and it just didn't really end up working for me. Honestly, when I watched this movie, I didn't really know too much of what to make of it, but I just know that I didn't really enjoy it at all. I like absurdist comedy, I do, but it just felt like they don't really know what makes absurdist comedy work. Absurdist comedy works because there is this irony of sorts to it. You know, the characters are, not aware that this is a joke. You know, things feel kind of, kind of cold in that way, and I think that works, with dry humor and things like that. When you are inserting things and they have like a deeper meaning to them, those things work really well. But this movie just thinks being all weird and different is the way to go about it. But there really isn't a lot here in terms of the comedy that really does end up working. So yeah, overall, I was just very disappointed in this. This just really did not work for me at all. I really don't have too much to say about this one at the end of the day, other than I really think this could have been something a lot better, but unfortunately I think it was just wasted potential on pretty much all ends. So C- for Big Gold Brick. This really could have been something fun, but I just don't think they quite realized their potential here. No Exit I liked a lot more than I expected to. The one thing that works really well when it comes to this movie, I think, is just the distrust among all of these characters. Seeing all these different characters and pairing them in this room and creating this mystery of sorts, I think actually does work really well. You generally do not know who to trust throughout the majority of this movie, and I think that is something that does end up working quite well here, and that is something that I overall did find myself really latching onto, because I didn't really know who was, who actually was being honest with their intentions, who is behind this kidnapping, what is really going on here. All of that was very fascinating to me, but the performances here, I think, are also really strong in this film. Havana Rose Liu, I talked about this guy as ever earlier. She was in that, and she's good in that, but here I feel like is really where she gets to shine. Darby has a legitimate reason for why she is here. She's, this recovering addict of sorts. She's also going through, this health, she's also going through a bit of a tough time with her mother and things like that. And so there's a lot that this character is going through, and I think that she portrays all of that very well, and that's something that I very much did end up enjoying. I thought that she was someone that I really did like here. Danny Ramirez is very good, but I gotta say, Dale Dickey might just steal this entire movie. She is so good as this character of Sandy. She really is just everything that this character does. She has such a personality to her. She's someone you want to know more about, and I just really loved what she ended up doing in this film. Like I said, the mystery also I thought was just very compelling where they ended up going with it. Everyone really does have like their own reasonings of what was going on, and Damien Power's directing I thought was also very strong here. He's able to build tension in a way that feels very palpable, even if you're in this one, room the entire time. You feel like you are right there with them. You kind of feel trapped within this movie, and you're also just as nervous because that there's probably a character here that does not have the best intentions. And I thought all of that was really well done here, and I thought that they did a really strong job with that overall. This screenplay as well was really well done. When they eventually reveal what's going on, I generally wasn't expecting it, and I thought that was really well done as well. So yeah, overall I think this is definitely a very effective movie. I think the only thing that really does bring it down is that there is an aspect to this movie involving the main reveal that feels like we should have gotten a little bit more depth with it, and I think if we had, it would have made that reveal even stronger, but because of the fact that they did not focus in on it as much within the beginning, it just feels like it was something that was supposed to be really effective, and it was, but it just wasn't as effective as it should have been, and I do think that is what ultimately does end up bringing this film down. So yeah, I still really did enjoy this one a lot. I really wish more people were talking about it because I do think it is something really special. It's a very different kind of mystery film that I don't think we often see. So yeah, B for No Exit. I really wish more people were talking about this one. So the last one for the February section of this video, at least, is a movie called Family Squares, which right off the bat, I feel like is going to turn off a lot of people because it's another movie that was entirely made on Zoom. So, it's another COVID movie. It's something that probably wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for COVID. And that is very much true. But I think what this movie does that those movies don't is it actually does have a pretty solid story at its center. This does not feel like a movie they just wrote as they went along. Yes, this is very much a movie where a bunch of them, went onto Zoom and they decided to make this movie as a way to, alleviate from just how terrible things were, during the, period of isolation and quarantining and things like that. At the end of the movie, you actually do get to see like how they made the film and things like that. But that being said, this film has a legitimate sense of heart to it. I think what this movie does really well is present this family, and a family that is struggling to connect. You can see that all of them are having a hard time dealing with, the pandemic and dealing with being away from each other. And through, something that ends up happening early on in the film, which I will not spoil because I think they actually did a pretty good job of hiding it, there are a bunch of major revelations that came out. And these could have been done in a very, overly overly dramatic manner. They could have been done in a way where it just feels like they're just here to pad out the runtime, but a lot of these revelations actually do work very well and very heavily affects these characters, and you actually really do feel for them in this instance because it's getting them in a way to kind of, reconnect with these family members in a light that they didn't see before. Elsie Fisher in particular is someone who is going through a very rough time because something has recently occurred, and she seems to be the only one that is visibly affected by it, and you can see how much this is bothering her throughout the movie. And she starts to get a little more clarity of what's going on, and I just really loved what they end up doing with her character. Judy Greer I thought was another big standout here. I really like what they did with her. Ann Dowd is always great in pretty much everything she's in. Henry Winkler, I mean, this cast is insane. I will say some of these actors do not have a lot to do. There is a subplot of sorts that I found to be the definition of filler. It's like, we have these actors here, we need to utilize them in some way. They didn't really do too much with that at all. But what it really comes down to that makes this movie work, I think, is the heart. There is a legitimate beating heart at the center of this movie. It is something that I do think you're going to find yourself connecting to. It's not extraordinary. I do think there are moments of this film that do kind of feel like, yeah, this would not have been made if it wasn't for COVID, but we're still getting to see these really great performances. We're still getting to see this story that I think overall is worthwhile in the end. The ending especially, I think, is very effective. I really like the way they ended up wrapping things up here. The director of this film, I think, did a really good job when it came to this movie and constructing this story. I think this is a film that has a lot more to offer than the majority of films that were made during COVID. And yes, it was one that could very much be seen as a COVID movie, but it has a lot more to it than that. It's not just constantly trying to show all these overly done jokes about, how to work Zoom and things like that. We've seen that done in so many movies. This movie isn't really concerned about that. It wants to focus on the family aspect, and I think it does do a pretty admirable job of doing so. So overall, yeah, I did end up liking this one. It's not amazing. It definitely does go on a bit too long at points, and there are some actors that don't really have a ton to do. Also, this is going to be an issue with every movie that's filmed over Zoom, but because of the fact that they are over Zoom, the audio is not the greatest. It is sometimes hard to hear some of these actors, and you can tell that they kind of just had to work with what they had, but that was an unavoidable problem that I think is very hard to steer around, specifically with the circumstances surrounding this movie. But I think with what they were able to do with what little they had, I honestly was very impressed with how this did turn out. Yes, you can very much just see this as this is an actor showcase. You get a bunch of actors on Zoom, and this is, we're able to see their range and whatnot, but the story at the center actually did end up becoming a little bit more compelling than expected. So overall, I like this one. B- for Family Squares. I don't really think many people have seen this movie, but I honestly do think it's worth checking out. Oh my god, we finally made it to the last section of this video, and that is all of the movies that I watched in March. We're going to start off with this first one, which is The Weekend Away, and to be honest with you, this is another one that I just don't really remember all that much. I will say the one thing I do very much remember is that this is with a bunch of films I've talked about, revolving around mysteries and things like that. This is easily one of the weakest, I feel like. The mystery that's going on in this movie just isn't particularly interesting. It's not really one that you are super invested in, mainly because you don't really know anything about the character that this is really involving. It feels like this is something where we needed a lot more proper development to really flesh this out, so we really had any interest in caring about, what's happening here, but you really just don't. I didn't find myself attached to anything that was really going on within this film. I didn't think they did a really good job with that. I will say, Leighton Meester's performance, she does do a lot of the heavy lifting here. She does do a good job, I think, in elevating this film. She gives a performance of this woman that is very determined to track down her friend and figure out what's going on here, and I thought she did a really good job in this movie, and I thought that she definitely was the best part about it. Everybody else in terms of acting is really not great. Everyone's either very over the top or they're very much just kind of going through the motions, and yeah, so I wasn't really big on anything going on there. And then the eventual reveal of what's going on in this movie, it's just very poorly handled, I feel like. I don't think it's a bad idea what they ultimately go with, but it's one of those things where the movie acts like it's a much more satisfying payoff than it really is, and it's one of those movies where I have a lot more questions than I do answers by the time it wraps up. But honestly, that's really all I have to say about this one. It's the directing, writing, all that stuff is very standard. There's not really a lot about this that really sticks out to me. It really is just a very middle of the road Netflix movie. It's another one where I went into it not really expecting much, and it basically gave me what I pretty much was assuming it was going to be. It's very dull. It's not super interesting. They try to dive a bit deeper into her, whole relationship and how she's treated and things like that, but I just didn't think it was super well executed. So yeah, C for The Weekend Away. I don't really feel like a lot of people have seen this one, and honestly, it's not really anything to ring home about. So listen, there are a lot of movies out there that are covering some very topical subjects, and a lot of them are very important. I think one of the biggest ones out there is the idea of feminism and, them trying to take down the patriarchy and things like that. And there are some films that have explored this topic very well. Particularly, I think Promising Young Woman is a very good example. I always go back to that one. That is a perfect example of a movie that really is covering this subject of, the abuse that women constantly go through and how much they want to, fight back and things like that. I think that movie covers it very well. When it's covered badly, you have a movie like Asking for It. And this is one of the most, I think, obnoxious and blatant examples of a film that is trying to insert all of these important and topical messages in an effort to make their film seem better than it is. Because not talking about the messages for a second, because we'll get into that. We'll talk about how it's handled in this movie. The filmmaking on display here is atrocious. This film is so badly handled. I felt like the cinematography especially is really horribly done. There are many points in this movie where we are cutting to like YouTube videos and all these different articles, and it's really badly filmed. They try to make you believe that like these are legitimate, and they just seem very fake in that way. And then the actual filming, it's just not very good here. It feels very cheap. It feels like this is a movie that needed a much bigger budget than it really did need in order to dive into what it really wanted to dive into. So I wasn't super impressed by anything going on here filmmaking wise. And Eamon O'Rourke's directing is terrible here. I mean, this is one of those movies where you're watching it and you can tell this is directed by someone who does not really understand what he is talking about. He has a very surface level idea of what he wants to do. I will get more into that when it comes to the writing and whatnot, but his directing here is terrible. I hated the way that he decided to direct this movie. It's so tonally inconsistent. There are points of this movie that I think are trying to be a satire, but then the movie also is taking itself very seriously, and then there are points in the movie where it's trying to be an action movie, and it just seems like O'Rourke has no idea of what he really wants this movie to be. It just feels very, it just feels very, messily executed in that way, but it also can feel very derivative. It feels like at points O'Rourke watched better movies and thought, I can make my own version of that, and he didn't at all. Let's talk about the actors in this movie, because they're really the only thing I think that really does save this film. Well, some of them, that is. Some of the actors here I think do a good job, particularly Kirstie Clemens I thought was a particular standout here. I thought she gave, honestly, a really strong performance in this movie. There is something that drives her character. There's something that she has recently been through, and there's a reason why she is so heavily involved in what is going on. This character, ends up being sexually assaulted very early on in the movie, and while we'll get to how it's executed in the movie, I think Clemens really does a good job of grounding this character, making her feel real, making it feel like, she has something important to talk about, and I think that she does a really good job with that. Alexandra Shipp and Vanessa Hudgens are both really good here. Unfortunately, I can't say that for the rest of the actors in this movie. The rest of the actors in this film are pretty terrible all across the board. Whether it's Radha Mitchell, who is playing this woman who's like trying to recruit them into this like organization of sorts. She's just very cringy to watch in this movie. Don't even get me started on Ezra Miller, because with the stuff that's been revealed about them lately, it doesn't even feel like they're acting in this movie. It feels like they are playing themselves with the dialogue that they're given, with the directions their character goes. Nothing about Miller's performance feels like acting, and it's like really like eerie to think about, especially again with all the stuff that's come out about them recently. Casey Cott, all these other actors, all the other male actors in this movie, they don't feel like they're playing real people. They feel like cartoonish, phony characters that you never feel like this is somebody who could actually be real. They're basically just like spouting the most like problematic and sexist language possible, and there's really not much to their character besides that. They pretty much just like hate all women and things like that, and it's just very hard to take any of it seriously. But diving into what really, I think, hurts this film, I think, is just how surface level so much of it really is. I mean, this is one of those movies where you can tell it's trying to say a lot. It wants to talk about the abuse that women constantly go through, the power that men exert over women. Both of those, I think, are very important topics, but the movie doesn't really have anything interesting to say about them at all. And it really does suck, because I do think that the three women are very good in this movie, but the characters that the women have here are honestly kind of insufferable. I mean, everyone feels like, to me, they're written more as an idea than like a fully well-realized character. Even our main character, her entire character is just that she was sexually assaulted and she wants to get justice for it. We never really dive deeper into what's really going on with her character or what's gotten her to this point. We never get to see any of that. Vanessa Hudgens and Alexandra Shipp as well are extremely underwritten, and so that really doesn't work in this movie. And it really just feels like for a while this movie just doesn't really know what to do with itself, especially after this certain character is introduced, which again, this movie is trying to go for this message of like fighting back and sticking together and, you know, taking down the patriarchy. And when you introduce this character midway through the movie that is supposed to be one of the girl's love interests, and he kind of ends up assisting them, and he also ends up, you know, kind of helping them in a lot of aspects, and they rely on him a lot, it kind of undermines the message of your movie. I feel like it makes it very confusing as to what O'Rourke is really trying to go for, so I don't really think that works here at all. It's terribly paced as well. It's so sluggish to watch because of just how little you care about anything that's going on. And virtually every single time we get a chance to dive deep into any of these characters, it's done in such like an expository manner to where it feels like it's here just so I'm not going to complain. They're like, oh, well, there's a backstory, but it's not well handled. It's not well fleshed out. It's like a very quick monologue, and to the point where I couldn't even tell you what was really going on here. So, you know, it's very terribly edited. There's a monologue towards the end of this movie that I think does hint at something better, but even the way that was handled, it's done in such a over-the-top and cheesy manner, and we don't even really get a chance to zero in on this monologue. I think the best way to describe this monologue is think of like the monologue in like Resurrection, but if they cut away from it constantly, because that's what's going on in this. You have a character who's speaking this very important monologue in the movie, but we're constantly cutting back to other things, and it just really undermines, I think, the talent of this film. There's so much that this movie could have done. I think there's so many conclusions that this film could have drawn, but unfortunately, it's a film that seems to just have no idea what it really wants to say. Eamon O'Rourke had this message, but he had no idea how to really go about it, and it really does show. It's one of the poorest examples of a movie of this kind I've seen in so long. It's easily one of the worst films of the year. D for asking for it. I really couldn't stand this at all. The Adam Project is a lot of fun. Right off the bat, I will say, yes, there have been a lot of Netflix movies this year that have been fairly lackluster, especially ones that have acquired a much bigger budget, but I feel like The Adam Project, for me, is one of the rarest examples of one that I think actually does stand out on its own and manages to actually have some kind of impact. I really like a lot of what this movie is going for. I think what works so well about this film are the two lead performances here. Listen, Ryan Reynolds, is he playing himself a lot of the time? Yes, but this film, I feel like he has a bit more of an emotional core to him as a character. There's something that really drives this character. He has a goal in mind, and you really do see that kind of, you know, motivate him throughout the whole movie, and I think that he does a really good job with that. But especially Walker Scoble, I think, really steals this entire movie for me. I was so impressed by him. I think he gives one of the best child performances that I have seen all year, mainly because of how much he's able to embody so much of Reynolds and really embody like his, you know, mannerisms and things like that. I think he does a really excellent job with that throughout this movie. But you also find yourself really latching onto his character and what he's going through. You know, he's going through a very rough time in his life where, his father has recently passed away, and he's having a really hard time with trying to deal with that. And I think it honestly is very well presented. I think they did a really good job in getting you attached to this character. And so when he eventually ends up meeting with his future self, you know, you really do love the interplay between these two, the back and forth between them. It's some of the best part of the entire movie, but it also has this really nice story to it about both of these men trying to track down their father and reconnect with him and try to just have those last few moments with him overall. I think it is really well done. So that's something I think that works really well in this movie, and really is, I think, the main thing that does keep this movie afloat. It also is very funny. There are a lot of points of comedy that I was very much laughing at. Yes, it's very obvious. I think both of these actors were heavily improvising their roles, but it works, and I'm not really gonna complain that the movie's relying on the ad-libbing of its actors, because they do it well. It's something that Ryan Reynolds, I think, has always done a good job with, and that continues to be the case here. And Walker Scobell as well, I think really does hold his own in this movie. So I think those two performances are really strong here. And Sean Levy's directing, I think this is probably some of his most inspiring directing yet. He really does show here that he is willing to dive deeper into the sci-fi lore of it all, and kind of has this Spielbergian edge to this film at this point that I thought really did end up working out very well. I really did like what he was trying to do with this movie. It feels very imaginative. It feels very colorful in that way. But it also has this sense of heart to it that I think he has shown before in movies like Free Guy and things like that, but he really does expand upon it better in this movie, and I really liked what he was trying to get at here. I think the comedy and the heart really do go hand in hand together, but again, also the sci-fi feel of this movie, I think he does a really good job with. So again, I think all those things work really well. Aside from Reynolds and Scobell, the other performances are really good here. Mark Ruffalo is good for what he has. He's not in this movie a lot, but when he does show up, I think he does give a pretty admirable performance. Jennifer Garner is another really big standout. I really like what she ended up doing in this movie. There's a nice little side story between her and Walker Scobell. He's having a very hard time kind of imagining his mom dating again, and he's not really sure how to go about it, and I thought that overall story was very well done. And then Zoe Saldana is good for what she does have. So all the performances are really good, except for Catherine Keener, and it sucks because I really do like Keener as an actress a lot. I think that at first it seems like she is doing a pretty good job here. Ultimately, I just found her performance to just not really work for me. She is playing the villain in this movie, and it is not an especially memorable villain. It's a very much just like, oh, this character has wronged me in the past, and I need to stop them from time traveling and things like that. And the directions they go with her are just really silly, and you never feel intimidated by her as a character. You never really feel her villainous presence. I just felt she was kind of miscast in this movie. And again, I like Keener as an actress, but I just did not feel this role really suited her at all, so I don't think they did the greatest job with that either. There also are some things that I wish we dive deeper into, mainly Ryan Reynolds, his life. I would have liked to see a little bit more leading up to the two of them meeting. We focus heavily on Scobell. We do see a little bit of Reynolds' life in the beginning, but we don't really see a lot. And so when you have characters like Zoe Saldana, for example, coming into the mix, I like their overall relationship, but I would have liked to see a bit more focus there, and I would have liked them to dive a bit deeper into what's really going on, you know, within the future, because it does feel like at points like there are some things that we're definitely missing out on. So I think they could have dived a bit deeper into some of that. But like I said, I think the time traveling is very strong here. There are some really good action sequences in this movie that definitely did have me on the edge of my seat. The CGI is good for the most part. There is some really bad de-aging with Catherine Keener's character when she eventually comes into her past self. People have talked about it a lot. I remember when the movie was first coming out, and it's definitely justified. I think that the CGI is kind of terrible when it comes to her character, and I don't even know how it happened, because I think all the other CGI is really strong here and does a good job in, you know, and does a good job in really sticking out. It doesn't feel like cheap or anything in that way, so I really don't know what happened with the de-aging in this film. But virtually everything else I think does end up working very well here. The movie is very heartfelt, especially in the third act, and I also really did like the way the movie wrapped up. So overall, yeah, I think this is a very effective film. I definitely would recommend this one. I really wish a lot more people were talking about it, because I do think it is one of those movies where if it had gotten a theatrical release, I think it would have been a lot bigger. But for what this is, I think it does work really well. It tells this really heartfelt story. You got some really great performances from Ryan Reynolds, Mark Ruffalo, and Walker Scobell. All of them do a really great job in this movie. So this is overall one I would definitely recommend. I think Sean Levy's directing is very strong here. So B for The Adam Project. Really wish more people were talking about this one. Gold is another one I really have not heard too many people speak about, and it's a bit unfortunate because I do think this movie is a bit better than what I ultimately thought it was going to be. You know, you start off this movie and you think it's going to be your typical, like, they're just kind of stranded in the wilderness type movie, but the movie ends up being a lot more than that, particularly due to Zac Efron's performance. I mean, he goes all out here in trying to make this character as deceitful, as rough as possible. I mean, he starts off, and yes, he looks like the Zac Efron that we know, but the more the movie goes on, the more he starts to become more malnourished, the more he starts to really kind of suffer with with being in this desert for so long, and physically he undergoes a pretty big transformation in this movie, and I just really liked how much Efron ended up really committing to this role. I think this is honestly one of his strongest performances. I really like what ends up driving this character, and you kind of see him go through this arc of sorts throughout this movie where, he begins to convince himself of certain things, and I thought that he did a really great job here. And I think once the movie focused more on him within the desert, that's really what did stick out about this movie. I thought that was probably the most interesting stuff, that was going on here. Like I said, especially as he starts to deteriorate mentally, physically, I thought all of that was really well done within this movie. The cinematography here also is fantastic. I mean, you really do feel like you are trapped in this desert with him. You feel the heat and the weight of what this character is really dealing with, and I thought that's something else that they did a really strong job with. And Anthony Hayes' direction, I thought, is also really well done here. He's not necessarily trying to make this feel like an action movie. He really is trying to make this survival thriller of sorts, and I think he did a good job of really making this film stick out from the rest, because it does take a while for Efron to get to that point of him being stranded in that desert, but once he puts the focus on him, you really do feel like you are there, and I really did like the way he ended up directing it. It felt like he gave a lot more effort to this film than I think was even needed, to be honest, and I really liked what he ended up doing here. What really does bring this movie down is I think the screenplay is kind of weak. The actual setup to what is going on is not nearly as well dived into as I would have liked to see. Really it's just these two drifters, and they're trying to come across like the biggest gold nugget, and you start to see how greed and things like that really does start to consume them in that way. But I wish they could have dived a bit deeper into both of these characters, what has gotten them to this point, particularly Zac Efron's, the other guy that Zac Efron is accompanying on this trip, who actually is played by Anthony Hayes. I would have liked to see a lot more of him, because I feel like we just didn't really get to know him all that much, and I won't lie, it did take me a little while to really get into this movie, but I think once they got past the initial setup and you really get into what this movie is all about, I think from there it really becomes very riveting to watch. The third act especially was so shocking to me. It went in some directions that I really wasn't expecting, and I thought that they handled all of that very well. The score here also is just so foreboding and intense, and really just adds to the it really just adds to the nervousness of the situation. So yeah, I thought this movie was honestly a lot better than I expected to be. I kind of went in thinking this is just going to be like a generic survival thriller, but it does a lot of things really well. It's got a really strong performance from Zac Efron, goes in some really grisly and violent directions in the third act that I really wasn't prepared for, but I really do love what they ended up doing with this movie. I think Anthony Hayes' directing, he really did put a lot of effort into this, and I think it really did pay off. So B- for Gold. Yes, it can be kind of simplistic at points, but I think for what it is, it really does do it very well, and it's a much better movie than I think it had really any right to be. So this is another one where I feel like a lot of people haven't seen it, and I think it's definitely worth checking out for sure, especially if you want to see Zac Efron do something really different. I think this is a very good recommendation overall. My God, how I wish more people were talking about the outfit. I mean, this is really, I think, the kind of really just juicy and very intense, very well-written mystery that I think we really do need more of. And it separates itself from the rest because it's telling a very different kind of story. It starts off very simple where, you have this guy, he is this English tailor, and, he's ended up in Chicago, and he is trying to do what he can to make these outfits around this family of gangsters and things like that, and you kind of see what he is dealing with, and it feels like it's going to be very simplistic in that way. We start to recognize, what this character has really gone through, his passion for being this tailor and things like that, and he also, in a world of, so many just cynical and despicable people, he's very kind-hearted, he's very soft-spoken, and so you do find yourself really latching onto him. But then something ends up happening and it just becomes so much more complex from there. You start to realize there's a lot more going on here than you really did think, and it really does become something very special as a result. I think what really impresses me about this movie right off the bat is honestly its simplicity. The whole movie takes place within this tailor shop. We never leave this tailor shop. It is at points filmed like a play, but I think it's filmed well enough and it's performed well enough to where you're not gonna feel like you're watching one during this movie. I mean, the location of the tailor shop really gives the film the sense of claustrophobia, and that's something I really did admire a lot, but they also don't try to overcomplicate this in any way. And yes, there are twists in this movie, but when they occur, they really just work because of how much they take you off guard. You come to think that this movie is one thing and then it turns into something else, but it never really loses like its identity in that way, and that's something that I was very impressed by. So I think right off the bat we have a very compelling story here that I think a lot of people are not going to expect the way it ends up going, but it is not one of those films where it is trying to overcomplicate things in any way. It sticks to its simplicity, and I think it really does work because of that. But the performances here are also phenomenal. Mark Rylance, this is the best I have seen him in so long. I remember when he won the Oscar for Bridge of Spies, and I remember since then a lot of people have been like, what's really going on with Mark Rylance? He's made a lot of very questionable career choices. I feel like this is the kind of movie where this is what he needs to be doing more of. This movie is able to get so much out of him because, like I said, he starts off and you think he really is just this very like warm-hearted guy. He's got this really sweet relationship with Zoe Deutsch's character. But as the film goes on, we start to recognize there's a lot more going on with him than meets the eye, and he really starts to kind of show off all these different nuances that we didn't see before, and it's just such a complex performance, and he really does go all in here to make this character work. The more we find out about his character, the better Rylance's performance really does become, and there is a particular revelation in the third act of this movie, and I was so impressed by the way he ended up handling it because it was not easy to pull off at all, and he really just ended up killing in this movie. I loved what he ended up doing here, and I'm really hoping moving forward like he is able to acquire more roles like this one, because I think this is where as a performer he really is the best. I think he is best with playing characters like this that seemingly are one way but have so much more complexity to them. I want to see more from Mark Rylance like this. Don't get me wrong, I liked him in things like Don't Look Up, but this is much more, I think, within his wheelhouse, and I want to see more from Mark Rylance like this moving forward. But the other actors here are fantastic. Zoe Deutsch is very good in this movie. She's one of the only characters here that feels like she has some humanity to her, and I think that she does handle it very well. Dylan O'Brien, this is such a different performance from him, and he kills it in this movie. I can't get into too much of his character, but he's very intimidating. He's somebody that you really are just so impressed by because you've never really seen him quite like this before, and he really does show his range in a way that I don't think we've seen from him as an actor. Johnny Flynn is also fantastic here. He's kind of like the antagonist of the entire movie, and he's somebody that you're very intimidated by. He's somebody that every time he comes on screen, you never really know what he's going to do, and I think he does do a really good job here. So all the performances are very strong in this movie. Graham Moore's directing also really does shine through. You can tell that he took a lot of inspiration from like 50s mobster movies and things like that, but he's still able to do his own thing with it. He's able to play homage, but he never tries to make it feel derivative. This doesn't feel like he just watched a bunch of movies and now he's just kind of doing his own version of that. It really does feel like he's made something distinctly of his own, and I think that is what really did impress me about this movie. I really like the way he ended up going into it. And like I said, the way this film does end up going, there are so many reveals, it really pulls the rug out from under you, and the movie gets that much more interesting as a result. I really don't want to get into too much, but I was really impressed by how well they were able to overall tell this story. The dialogue, it's very sharp, it's very snappy here, it's very riveting throughout. There's so many moments of dialogue that I think work really well. There's a great score. There's this really great ending that add this whole other layer to the film. The outfit is really just the kind of movie movie that I think you go into it, you expect one thing, and it really does turn into something completely different. It is one of the most engaging, it's one of the most riveting, it's one of the most impressive of its kind that I have seen in quite a bit, and it really does suck that I don't feel like enough people have seen this movie. This is a movie that throughout the year, I've been hoping more people really do talk about, and I just haven't really seen it, but I can't encourage you guys enough. It's on Peacock now. You need to see it there. It sucks that you couldn't see it in a theater because I think this is absolutely the kind of movie that is even more enhanced by the theatrical experience, but I cannot I cannot recommend this one enough, honestly. I really think this is the kind of just like very original, very juicy kind of mystery film that I think we need to see a lot more of. There are so many things that this movie does that I really wasn't expecting it to. It's very emotional. It's very intense. It's honestly very funny at points as well. There's a lot of humor throughout this movie that works very well. So overall, yeah, I really recommend this one a lot. I think it is one of the most overlooked films of the entire year. A- for the outfit. Really can't recommend this one enough. Uma is one of those movies where you go into it and you think this has a lot of potential. This has the talent that we need. Sandra Oh, Fievel Stewart, both very talented actresses, both give strong performances here right off the bat. I think both their performances are very good in this movie. It seems like it has a little bit more to say. It seems like it's going to be a very original horror film. And then you watch it and it just feels so generic. It feels like this is another horror film that really just kind of misses its mark. And here's the thing. I'm not going to try to confirm or deny that this is the case, but this to me is one of those films where it feels like one of the most blatant examples of studio interference. Because when you watch this movie, they constantly are trying to hint at something more. We start off this film, we see this very contentious relationship between mother and daughter. Sandra Oh's character, she is very much a helicopter parent. There are all of these things that she doesn't want her daughter to be involved in. She doesn't want any electricity or anything like that. She's basically sheltered her entire life, and so you want to know more about that relationship. There's a lot this film seems like it's trying to dive into in terms of like Asian culture and things like that. And there's a lot of things that you are very much interested in this movie, but all of it just feels very much like a missed opportunity. It feels very underwritten in that way. And again, I think a lot of that is having to do with the studio interference in this movie. Iris K. Shim's directing in particular feels very undermined here. It feels like she didn't really get to have much of a voice in this movie. It feels like she wasn't really able to tell the story that she wanted to tell, and it's very unfortunate because I do think there are points in this movie that hints at something a lot better, but unfortunately the film never really does dive into it. When it comes to the mother and daughter relationship, I did not find myself really latching onto it at all because the movie does not focus on it enough. There never is enough time really devoted to really show the importance of this. What are they really trying to get at? Why is this all going on? When it comes to Sandra Oh's character as well, she's a very complex character of Amanda. There's a lot that she has been through, and the movie attempts to justify some of her motives, attempts to get you to understand her character a little bit more, but again, it just feels so surface level in that way. It doesn't feel like they're doing a good job of really getting you to understand this character. It honestly feels kind of just too hackneyed, and it just did not leave much of an impression on me at all, so I don't think they did a great job with that. Unfortunately, also, though, Sandra Oh and Fievel Stewart, though I think individually they give very good performances, Sandra Oh in particular is fantastic in this movie. She plays this character that I think could be very over the top, and at points is written to be very over the top, and she's able to ground her a bit. She's able to get you to make Amanda feel like a real person, and I think she does a good job with that. And then Fievel Stewart, is playing this character that you can tell is very much loving towards her mom, but starts to turn on her a lot more when she starts to realize, a lot more of what's really been going on, and she really does start to shift as a character. Their chemistry is very much lacking here. You never really feel their bond throughout the movie. It feels very forced in that way, and I just feel that they needed to do a much better job when it came to that overall portion of the film. The horror as well is really bad here. It's very cliche. There are like half a dozen jump scares, a lot of which are false, and they just don't really work here at all. The third act of this movie in particular, when they start to dive more into the horror stuff, is so lame lame the way that they decide to go about it, and the way the movie ends especially. It just feels so underwhelming. It feels like the movie is finally getting towards something, and then it's another one of those films where they just kind of cut it off. And I think the other thing that really does bring this movie down is its length. It's only about an hour and 23 minutes, and it's one of those films where it desperately needed a lot more time to really stick out. It desperately needed a lot more time to tell this story, because unfortunately the story that was saddled with here is just not really that great. There are a lot of characters here as well, like Dermot Mulroney and Odia Rush, who honestly don't have that much to do here and feel like they could be a lot better if we dived into their characters a little bit more. Like I said, this really just feels like one of those movies where it was trying to say and do a lot more than it ultimately could, but really did feel like it was interfered with in a way that severely hurt it as a film. Yeah, this was just a very disappointing horror movie. I really wanted a lot more from this, but I honestly found a lot of it just to be very boring, very poorly handled, and there were so many things it could have done better. So C- for Uma. This is another one I don't think a lot of people have seen, and it's very easy to see why. I feel like this was kind of just like shoved into theaters very quietly. It was another one. It's one of those movies where they just kind of wanted to like let it die, and they didn't really give it that proper theatrical run at all. And it's unfortunate because I think this could have been something special, but as it is, I think it's just a really a very disappointing and just very poorly made horror film overall. Oh my god, Deepwater. This is another one where I feel like this is one of those movies where a lot has been said about it, and so a lot of what I am saying right now probably isn't contributing all of that much just because of how much people have talked about this movie. But yeah, this film is just really not very good at all. The two central performances from both Ben Affleck and Ana de Armas aren't bad here. Ben Affleck in particular is very good in this movie. He does a good job of elevating the material, really showing his range as an actor in this film, and I think that he does do a really strong job in this movie. But then there are some performances that are kind of terrible here. Tracy Letts in this movie is laughably bad, especially towards the end of this film. He has some line delivery that I found myself unintentionally laughing at, and I really just I really was just so baffled by the way they decided to go about it. That being said, I think as a whole, this film is just very frustrating to watch because it really does start off, and I think it does have some potential. There are some ideas here that do kind of work. From the beginning of the movie, you actually are kind of on Ben Affleck's side. You see how reserved this character is, and it kind of makes you feel for him because there are things that Melinda, Ana de Armas' character, is constantly doing with other men behind his back, and you can tell that she's like blatantly, not telling him about it, and he wants to try to do what he can to rekindle that joy of their marriage. At least it seems at first like this is his goal. This is what he's setting out to do. He wants to make sure that he can get them on a better path because he misses, the glory days of their relationship. However, eventually, the film undergoes a bit of a shift, and it becomes a bit more apparent once Vic has been doing, and pretty much after that, all of the nuance, all of the interest of this character is kind of stripped away, and you just kind of can't stand either of them because you realize they're both kind of horrible people, and we follow a couple that is pretty much devoid of any characterization beyond that. You never really get an insight into why they're doing the things that they're doing. Aside from these terrible acts that they are both committing, there's not really much to either of these characters, so it ends up being very disappointing in that way. You really want to know more about both of them, but the film never really takes a peek behind that curtain, and I think what especially irked me about this movie is that this could actually be a very compelling story. Seeing these two characters that are kind of being horrible to one another and are very aware of what the other is doing, yet continue to do it, if they gave us motivation, if they gave us reasoning behind that, this could be a very well-handled thriller. But because of the fact that we don't have that characterization, a lot of it just comes across as very annoying. A lot of it just comes across as just very frustrating, and a lot of it also comes across as quite boring because we don't care about either of these characters. The film also one of the things that was very baffling to me, there is no reason why we see, at least, that these characters have gone, the relationship has gone down the path that it has. We don't really get to see, what has gotten them to this point. What was their relationship previously like? You honestly are wondering how these two were even in a relationship to begin with, because it feels like whatever happened was so irreparable that why would they even have gotten together in the first place? And the film makes no attempt to try to show you why that was, and I think that's something else that doesn't really work here. The movie also gets very repetitive very quickly. There are so many scenes of Melinda fucking some guy and Vic just kind of watching, and you can tell that, he's just very jealous of what's going on, and it gets so repetitive after a while, and there really just needed to be a lot more going on here. There needed to be more going on with these characters. There needed to be more complexity with the story. There just needed to be more than what this film does deliver, because what it delivers, honestly, is fairly tame. I remember they were teasing this film as, like, very provocative, kind of like a throwback to like erotic thrillers and things like that, and it really isn't anything that's scandalous. It really isn't anything that's special. It's very like basic in that way. You're always hoping there's more meat to chew, but there just never really is. So there's just a lot of long, drawn out scenes that are just very hard to watch, and the movie becomes very much a chore to sift through at many points. Adrian Lynn's directing also, I felt, really left a lot to be desired, unfortunately, because I felt like he had an idea of what he wanted to do. He just didn't really know how to exactly go about it, and I think that's what really does end up hurting this film as a result. It just wasn't really executed that well. As a result, a lot of it just feels kind of bland and is really lacking in terms of style. Like I said, a lot of this movie is just very hard to sit through, and then the third act happens, and without getting too much, the third act of this film goes completely off the fucking rails. There are all these like ridiculous revelations that are coming out of nowhere. All the acting is like ratcheted up to like absurd levels of camp. None of it feels earned whatsoever, and it ends in one of the most abrupt endings that I have seen pretty much all year. I was so surprised with how this film ended up playing out, and while I think there is some fun to be had with how suddenly the film has a little bit more of a personality, things are starting to happen, with how quickly it happens, it's just lacking a lot of emotional depth to really make much of an impact, and so you don't really even have much of an opinion on that. So I can say, like, yeah, the film gets kind of silly towards the end, but it's not the kind of silly where it's like, this feels earned. This feels like, much more interesting than what was going on. It honestly just adds to the frustration because of how wasted so much of this concept is. There's so many actors here as well that have absolutely nothing to do and just feel like they weren't really given any time to shine whatsoever. So yeah, it's very easy to see why this film turned out the way it did. This was supposed to come out in January initially, like a theatrical release, but it got pretty much like sent directly to Hulu, and it feels like they very much wanted to just bury this film. They wanted nothing to do with it whatsoever. It's not one of the worst of its kind, but I feel like in a genre that we really don't see much anymore, erotic thrillers like this, there really needed to be more to this. There really needed to be something more to stick out and show why this film was worth our time, but unfortunately it just wasn't there, and as a result I just found myself very let down by how this film played out. So C- for Deepwater. I feel like there was a lot that they could have done here, but they just did not realize their full potential here at all. I'm not gonna lie, Master is a film that actually did have me for quite a bit. This movie, right off the bat, does a really good job, I think, in showing the constant abuse and microaggressions that Black Americans within these, very white colleges have to constantly go through. We focus on these three very different women, and they're all going through different experiences in their own way, and I think that part of the movie is presented very well. Regina Hall's character in particular, you really do get a sense of what this character has had to struggle with. This is somebody who, she is the newly appointed, master of this college in a while, who also is Black, and you can see that there is a lot of pressure that she has to deal with. She's trying to handle this in the best way that she can, but there are a lot of people who don't really take her seriously. There are a lot of people who are not treating her in the way that she should, and you can see that she really really is trying to do what she can to adjust to this, but she really is having a lot of hardship, and I think the movie dives into that very well. Whether it comes to the character of Zoe Renee, who Jasmine is new to this school, and the way that she's treated in this movie constantly, whether it be just like a casual comment or a straight up like racist remark, the movie gives a lot of insight into the day-to-day lives of these women. Or Amber Hall in this movie, who is this, Amber Gray, who is this seemingly very respected teacher, but you can see that there's more going on with her as well, and the way that she decides to go about things. I mean, the movie just does a really good job, I think, of diving into these ideas and the constant alienation, the treatment that these women receive. It's all really well done, and the movie also is very well acted. Regina Hall gives one of her best performances, I think, in quite a bit. She really anchors this film very nicely and really just showcases just how great of an actress that she can be. Recently I have been not very impressed by her, and it's because of the roles that she has been given. I want to see more Regina Hall films like this. I want to see more performances from her like this, because I feel like this really shows her full capabilities as an actress, and she really does kill it in this film. Amber Gray is also phenomenal for what she is given. She definitely does stick out, and Zoe Renee gives a very strong breakthrough performance. I haven't really seen her before, but she's definitely proves that she is an actress to watch out for. I also really do like the directing of this movie from Mariama Diallo. She brings this very chilling atmosphere throughout. It feels like she really did have something to say when it comes to this movie. I was very invested pretty much the entire way through because of her directing. There's this very like foreboding tone throughout this entire movie, and I think that is all handled very well. So again, there's a lot that does work about this movie, especially when it comes to these women coming, when these women start to intersect, these stories start to intersect. The problem is when the movie starts to dive more into the horror aspect, it just doesn't really work. And I think the social commentary, that alone is scary enough. What these characters are dealing with is traumatic enough. So when the film tries to get more into the supernatural elements, I just felt the film really did falter. There's a lot of history that is presented. There's a lot of backstory that we're given, and I just did not feel it was all that well fleshed out. It felt like the horror was an afterthought in this movie, and that it was added at the last second because they felt it needed to add something more to this movie, that the racism alone and showing what these women deal with wasn't enough. But to be honest, I think it was, because I think that's where the film shines the most, is depicting what these characters go through and how much they want to fight against it. I think all of that is presented well enough. But when they try to dive more into the horror stuff, it just doesn't really work here. When they try to dive deeper into what's going on, it feels very rushed, it feels very scattered, and it just doesn't feel super well thought out. I really do feel this film would have been better if they just cut back on it altogether. Like, you could mention it every so often, but they really start to dive headfirst into it within that third act, and the movie really does fall apart, unfortunately. And I feel like the more the film goes on, the more it really just wasn't working for me, and I just didn't think they did a great job with that. And by the end of the movie, I kind of just felt like an afterthought. It didn't feel like this was as of importance as it should be, and to me, this is a real issue, because this should be just as important as that social commentary. You could, dive into its head first and tie it into the social commentary. I think it would make this film even more meaningful as a result. Unfortunately, the third act also just didn't really work for me at all here. I was very disappointed with how everything played out. I left the movie feeling like I just wasn't very satisfied with the way everything happened. There's a lot of stuff the movie is trying to say, and for a while, like I said, it's handling a lot of it very well, when it comes to these characters and what they're really going through, especially when it's diving into Regina Hall and how, the staff is treating her versus how Zoe Renee's character is being treated. I think they do I think they do a pretty good job with all of that. It feels very authentic in that way. But as the movie goes on, it just didn't really feel like they knew how to wrap this up. Amber Gray's character character also, as much as I liked her in the movie, is super underused here. She only pops up at a few moments, and there is something regarding her character that ends up happening that just didn't really work for me at all. It felt like they needed to have a lot more time with this character to really make this work, and I don't think they did a great job with that. So honestly, I found this a lot more underwhelming than I really wanted to. It sucks because I really was into it for a while, but by the end, I really was just thinking about how much better this movie honestly could have been. I think there's a lot that really does work about this film. I think there's some very strong performances. I think that the cinematography is very good. I think the directing is strong, but I just think as a film, it just didn't fully come together in the way that they needed to. It also needed to be a lot longer than 90 minutes. I feel like the 90 minutes itself really does a disservice to this movie. It feels like if they had like 20 to 30 minutes more, they really could have dived deeper into this, but unfortunately, the way the movie ends up going, it just didn't really fully work. So unfortunately, a C+ for Master. I really was liking this one for a while, but it just didn't fully come together in the way that I was hoping. This was another one that like I really was hoping to see at Sundance, and I was hoping it would be something special, and it definitely is special in quite a few aspects, but by the time it wraps up, I think you're going to be more frustrated by really anything with this film. Windfall, I honestly found to be very underrated. I know a lot of people were very kind of let down by this movie and found it very boring, but I actually really like a lot of what this movie is going for. I think right off the bat, the premise of this is very interesting enough, and that was really what kind of like drew me to this movie. The idea that you have this couple and this guy ends up breaking in pretty much, and now he kind of has like his own sort of vendetta of what he is really dealing with, and you want to know more of what's really going on there and how these characters are going to get out of this situation. You know, it's kind of like this Hitchcockian thriller in a sense. There's a lot that you can really do with that, with such a simple premise in that way. But it's what they end up doing with it that to me really did stick out. Right off the bat, I think Jason Segel's performance here is fantastic. He does a really good job of presenting this character that at first, you know, you're really intimidated by, you want him to get out of there, but he feels like a real person. He has a legitimate goal. There is a reason why he is doing what he is doing. You know, he is asking them for this money for a reason, and I think that's something that this movie does do a really good job with. But the other performance that really sticks out with this movie for me is Lily Collins. Without getting into her character too much, she is suffering through a lot. Her and the CEO are not exactly having a great marriage. They are frequently arguing a lot. There is a lot that she has particularly been holding back, and this kind of gives her this opportunity to kind of fully internalize it and fully just like admit to what's going on. She finally gets a chance to, you know, be vocal about what has been going on, you know, within her marriage. And I thought that she dived into all of that very well within this movie. You can see that this particular situation, the way that she responds to it versus how Jesse Plemons responds to it, is very different. And Jesse Plemons is also very good in this movie. Yes, I think he gives a much colder and subdued performance than we're used to, but it's a very effective one. This is a character who he's very smarmy. He can be very selfish in that way, and I think the movie does dive into all of that very well. So I really like what they ended up doing with the three characters in this movie. I think they carry it very well here. Charlie McDowell's directing is also very impressive to this film. You know, you constantly are feeling intimidated by what's going on here. You constantly are feeling like you are in this situation with them, and I think he does a good job of just adding to the intensity and building as the film goes on. He's able to build tension very well here, and I was very impressed by what he was able to do within this movie. I thought his directing was very strong here, and the directions this movie ended up going, I generally was not expecting them to go there. I thought that the way things wrapped up, it honestly did end in a pretty satisfying manner. I know a lot of people said that it just didn't really work for them, but I liked what the movie was going for. I like what this film is ultimately trying to say. I can't really get into it too much, but I like what this movie has to say about the rich versus the poor. I like what this movie has to say about this couple's relationship and things like that. I think all of that is handled very well, and the movie kind of does become something different than you really are expecting. So yeah, I honestly found this to be a much more effective thriller than I think a lot of people are giving it credit for. I thought the cinematography was very well handled here. It can be very simplistic, but I like how, again, minimalistic a lot of it does feel. This movie recognizes that they do not need a lot to build tension. They just need a really solid story, and I think they very much did have that. I think the music here is also very strong. My only real issue is that I do think the movie is a little too short. I think there are some things they could have dived into a bit to really make this work. And Jesse Plemons' character, he really is the only character in this movie that feels quite underwritten. It feels like there was more we could have dived into with the CEO that I think would have made him even a stronger character as a result. But for what we get here, I think it's all handled very well. I really like a lot of what this movie was trying to do. It starts off and you think you know where it's going, and it really does end up going in some pretty crazy direction, throws a lot of curveballs at you, and I think it really does end up paying off. So yeah, I think this is a much better film than people have been giving it credit for. B+ for Windfall. Honestly, I think one of the most underrated of the entire year so far. Cheaper by the Dozen is one that was honestly a lot better than I was expecting. This is not nearly, I think, as like cringy and over, mishandled as a lot of these like, Fox properties that Disney has been getting. This is not a Home Sweet Home Alone. This is not Ice Age Adventures of Buck Wild. There is something different that this movie is trying to do, and I think it does handle some of these topics quite well. Something that I was very impressed by in this movie is how much it is trying to do here. We're focusing on a lot of this movie, this mixed race family. When it comes to the relationship between Zach Braff and Gabrielle Union, you really do feel it. You feel their marriage throughout this movie. You feel how much these two depend on one another. They feel like real people in that way, and that right off the bat was something I was impressed by. I didn't feel like I was watching just like very flat characters. I felt like they were overall, characters that you felt connected to, and I thought they did a good job with that. When it comes to the kids as well, most of them are really good here. I thought all of them stuck out very well to me. I thought all of them definitely hinted at, becoming very strong, very strong breakthrough actors, in the future. I think all of them really do have a lot of potential, and there's a lot this movie is actually trying to say, about the perceptions of a mixed race family and the way people may end up perceiving them, the various microaggressions that are thrown at them. There is a character in this movie who is getting severely bullied at school and kind of seeing what he has to deal with. When it comes to the past relationships of both of these characters, the way they came together is very different from the original movie. In many ways, people have compared it to Yours, Mine, and Ours, and I do think that is a valid comparison. But they actually do give a lot of time to both Erica Christensen and Timon Kyle Durrett, and really getting to see what these characters have experienced, the trajectories their lives have undergone. I thought that also was a very strong part of this movie. So there's a lot this movie's doing very well. I thought there were honestly some really funny moments that I was definitely laughing at. And Gail Lerner's directing is a lot more inspired. There's a lot that she is trying to get at here, and I do think she dives into it very well. So what ultimately brings down this movie for me is that I think while all these ideas are presented well enough, they're not presented in a way that feels fully fleshed out juxtaposed to if this was a TV series. And to me, this is one of the most blatant examples of a movie that needed to be a TV show that I have seen in a long time, because I think if this was a television series and they had like 10 or 13 episodes to really get you to flesh out this family, you would have that time to get to know these characters more. You would have the time to tell all these satisfying side stories that these kids are going through and wrap them up in a very satisfying manner. But it feels like they are telling all of these stories in a vacuum. They're not really doing it in a way that feels fully explored. They have to kind of pull back a bit because they don't have the time to dive as deep as they want to. And I think if they were, again, to change this to a television series, I think that that it honestly could have turned out to be a lot better. Because I do think that the chemistry is there. I think that the humor is there. I think the story is there. I just don't think the execution-wise, in terms of the writing, is as strong as it needed to be. There are a lot of things here that I think are compelling. There's a very good scene in particular involving Zach Braff and how he is not going to be able to fully understand what his kids are going through. He's called out on this because of the fact that, well, he's white and his kids are not, a lot of them. And so he's not going to be able to fully connect with them in that way. And how is he able to have those conversations? How is he able to do it in a way that doesn't make him look performative? I thought that particular conversation was honestly very strong, and it ended up being one of my favorite scenes within the entire film. You know, I really liked what they ended up doing with that, and I thought that the overall back and forth there, I thought worked really well in this movie. Like I said, there are a lot of topics this film is trying to cover, and a good majority of them it tackles well. I just think if they had more time, they could have done an even better job with it. They could have done even more when it came to what they were trying to get at. So I do think this movie is super well intentioned. I think it has some really great actors behind it. I think that it is very fun at points. I just wanted a lot more from it than I really did. But the fact that I can say that this film actually did have some merits to it and that it wasn't utter trash, I think really is a compliment to show that this movie actually is much better than I think it had any right to be. I just really wish they were able to expand on some of these things a lot more, you know, tell this story in a way that feels a bit more satisfying and not brief in that way, you know, flesh out these characters more. I think they really could have had something great here, but as a result, it really just turns out to be kind of just fine at the end of the day. I think this movie's more of a mixed bag than anything. There is some humor also that doesn't work. Like I said, while there are some jokes that do work, there are also some that don't work that I think are very much a little bit geared towards kids. There's also, I think, too many kids in this movie. Some of them just you don't really feel that latched onto because they don't really have the time to flesh them out in the way that they should. So yeah, overall, this was honestly more of a mixed bag for me than I expected, but I would say very much does have a lot more going for it than I expected as well, and that's something that did very much impress me. So C for Cheaper by the Dozen. It's not really a train wreck at all. There are a lot of things that are going for it. It just didn't fully come together in the way that I think it needed to. The Lost City is a lot of fun. This is another one that I honestly was very much looking forward to, and I think turned out to be a very fun adventure comedy, but it also had even more going for it than I expected. One of the things I can say right off the bat is that the cast here, all of them are fantastic. All these actors are just completely on their A game. All of them, you can tell, are having so much fun, really diving headfirst into the material. Sandra Bullock is great here. I think this is probably one of her best performances in quite a bit. I think she does a really good job at playing this character of Loretta Sage, who, you know, yes, she can be very cynical in that way. Yes, there definitely are tropes about her that we have seen in other movies, but this is a character who has been going through quite a bit. There is a reason why she isn't as much into writing. There's a reason why she isn't as passionate as she once was, and I thought that the movie handled that very well. There's something that she specifically is going through that I thought they dived into well in this movie, and I found myself connected to her character as a result. Alan Caperson as well, Channing Tatum's character, also I think turns out to be a pretty fun character because this is a guy who is constantly seen as just the cover model. Everybody wants him to be the cover model. He never really gets to be Alan, and for a while you can see he's kind of content with that, but as the movie goes on, you know, he wants to be recognized more, and so I think both these characters had significant more depth to them than I expected to, and I really did enjoy how both of them were written. And their chemistry also is off the charts here. They work so well together. They really just have a really fun bond in this movie. It's one of those unexpected pairings that you wouldn't expect to work as well as it does, but I think that, you know, Sandra Bullock's more sort of stoicism contrasted with Channing Tatum and him trying to be like this hero of sorts, but constantly being very dim-witted in that way, I thought worked really well in this movie. As the film goes on, these two really do start to understand each other more, and I just really liked their overall bond in this film. I thought they worked really well together. Daniel Radcliffe also is fantastic in this movie. He does a great job at playing this billionaire that is very motivated with what he is doing. You can see that he thinks that he is well-intentioned, trying to make sure that, you know, this book is written in the way that he wants it to be, but the way that he goes about it, I mean, he's very psychopathic in that way, and I thought that Daniel Radcliffe, to me, seemed like he was having the most fun out of everybody. I mean, he was just fantastic here. He's so fun in this movie, and he really does play this villain very well. I was very impressed by what he ended up doing in this movie. Divine Joy Randolph's very good here. Brad Pitt is not in this movie very very much. But for what he has, I think they utilize him very well. I think if Brad Pitt was in the movie any longer, I think that this character would not work. But because he's in the movie for as short of a time as he is, I think that he's able to get a lot out of his limited screen time, and at points almost does steal the show through the not even like I think 20 minutes of screen time that this character has. He still does a really good job with that. So I think all the acting is very strong here. The directing from Adam Nee and Aaron Nee, I will say, is not that strong. I do think that their directing is lacking a bit. It feels a bit generic and derivative. They don't really present that much of a style here, and I do think that is what does bring this film down in some aspects. But the movie is very funny throughout. I found myself laughing a lot during this movie. There's a lot of great comedy here that does work very well. Not all the jokes are ones that you've seen throughout the trailer, and I thought that a lot of the comedy does work very well in this film. The screenplay, like I said, also had a little bit more to it than I was really expecting. I enjoyed getting to see both these characters. I enjoyed their overall journey. I do think the setup is a bit rushed. It doesn't take very long for both these characters to get kidnapped and for both of them to be held hostage by Daniel Radcliffe. But I do think that the initial setup did work. I just felt that, like I said, it was just a little bit rushed at points, and I think they could have dived a bit deeper into some things. So that didn't really work for me. The other thing I do think that holds this film back is Daniel Radcliffe, like I said, really liked him in this movie, really thought that he was fun. I wanted a little bit more of him. There are some things in his character involving his brother and how his brother is kind of, you know, there's a bit of favoritism going on. He's the one that's loved more. He's the one that's praised more. Whereas Daniel Radcliffe's character really isn't as praised as much. He isn't looked at as, you know, as much of a success. And he kind of wants to be that success story. He feels like he's in like his brother's shadow kind of. And I wanted to see that expand upon more because I feel like what they were getting at with this character was really funny. And I liked what they were trying to do with him. But I feel like he was just such a presence every time he was on screen. I would have liked to see even more of him in this movie because I think he is just so great here for what he does have. The action also is very good in this movie. There are some very tense sequences that I think are honestly very well done here. Like I said, there are some characters that do feel a bit underwritten in this film, but I think the chemistry and the overall heart that this movie has is really what keeps you invested all the way through. The comedy works very well. This does feel like a very sort of like older comedy. This is the kind of comedy that you don't really get to see much of these days. It's much more this adventure comedy of sorts. At points, it does kind of harken back to, I think, movies of like the early 2000s, but that's a compliment to this film because we don't really get to see a lot of comedies like this these days, let alone a comedy in you know, like a major release in theaters is very rare, and I think this film does overall justify that release. I think this film is a lot of fun for what it is. I can understand why some people aren't liking it because it can feel derivative in some aspects, but I think for what it does well, it did enough to where I can overall recommend this one. So B- for The Lost City. It's not absolutely extraordinary or anything like that, but I think for what it is, it handles it very well, and it's a much better film than I think it had really any right to be. Infinite Storm is infinitely boring. Oh my god, what a funny joke. No, in all seriousness, I was not really a fan of this one very much at all. I will say from a cinematography perspective, this film is fantastic. You really do feel like you are, you know, in the thick of it when it comes to this storm. You are right alongside these characters, you know, struggling to get through what these characters end up going through. I thought that was really well done. Naomi Watts is obviously great here. She's a phenomenal actress, and she does do a very good job, I think, in this movie. You know, you do find yourself compelled to her because of how good Naomi Watts really is here. Unfortunately, everything else in this film is really just not that great. The story that is going on here, I think, is honestly very uninteresting. A lot of this film is Naomi Watts and her trying to climb this mountain and it not working out for her and her kind of struggling for a bit. And then eventually there's another character that she ends up assisting within Billy Howell's character. And this character, you can see you're supposed to find the bond between these two very endearing, very sweet because she's rescuing him in this way. But I honestly had a very hard time caring about the bond, especially with how much of an asshole this guy turns out to be. There are a lot of choices in this movie that are just very selfish on his end, and you really find yourself not really caring for him very much at all. It seems like he doesn't really appreciate her all that much. There are many things he does in this movie that are honestly kind of unforgivable, and I just really could not stand anything about this character whatsoever. There are a lot of scenes here that just don't really work here either. There's one scene especially where Naomi Watts is trying to calm him down, so she's like, you know, think of a song, something that will calm you, and he mentions artists like she mentions artists like Elvis or Bob Dylan, and instead we get this like very like sleepy folk type song that leads into this montage, and you can tell this is one of those songs that they are like desperately trying to force on you. They are trying to make this its theme. They are trying to make this song into like the thing that drives this movie, and it later leads into this montage, and you find out this is like the song. They are trying to make this like the song that like maybe wins an Oscar or something like that, and it's one of the most unrealistic scenes I've seen all year, the way they go about that scene for sure. And like I said, this film is just really boring to watch. There's so many just long, drawn-out scenes of nothing. The best way to sum it up, I mean, there's a scene towards the third act of this movie, and it is literally just Naomi Watts eating a pizza, and she downs this whole beer and then bathes for like 3 minutes, and like nothing else is really happening, and it's not really saying anything interesting. Yes, this film is trying to get into the idea of like grief and things like that on a surface level, but it never really dives headfirst into it. It feels like there's so much more this movie could have done involving this character, and you know why she's deciding to do what she does. I just think the movie just doesn't present it nearly as well as it should. There are flashbacks in this film, but honestly I think they needed to pepper them throughout the movie a bit more. You know, you are frustrated because you want to know more of what actually happened and how this actually turned out, but then also finding out, you know, how this all went down really just makes you not want to spend any more time with these characters. So yeah, I just really couldn't stand this one at all. Some good cinematography, some okay moments here and there, a good performance by Naomi Watts, but really all this boils down to is another very generic survival thriller that's trying to do a lot more than that you can tell is trying to do a lot more, but it's not able to do what it really wants to. The movie's 97 minutes long, and it honestly feels like 2 hours. It's one of the most boring films I think I've seen all year, so yeah, I couldn't stand this one at all. C- for Infinite Storm. I'm sure there are people out there who are gonna like this one, but this just did not work out for me in any aspect. Okay, so remember how I said I think The Outfit is one of the most overlooked films of the year? Nitra might be the most overlooked film of the year because so many more people need to be talking about this movie. This is one of those movies where I'm watching it, I'm just like, why is nobody talking about this one? Because yes, this film deals with some very sensitive subject matter. We are focusing on this this guy who eventually becomes this mass shooter of sorts, and that can be very hard subject matter for a lot of people. And I will say, yes, this movie is very hard to watch. However, I think in terms of films focusing on how somebody's driven to this point, this is probably the best I have ever seen. The way this film goes about, you know, constructing this story is super well done. I think, you know, right off the bat, something I do want to get into with this film is, though this movie is very much a character study, they are never trying to rationalize this character's actions. They are never once trying to get you to sympathize with its main character. All it is really trying to do is show you how he gets into this mindset, how this really does drive him to this point, you know, what really could drive somebody there, and also how it could potentially, you know, how something like this could potentially have been prevented, you know, in future times and things like that. You know, I think it's a very impactful film in that way because you see how self-destructive this character is pretty much from the beginning. Nitram is a loose cannon. The littlest thing sets this guy off, and you really just see the anger and the hatred that is slowly brewing within him, and part of what makes it work so well is Caleb Landry Jones's performance. This is easily easily the best I have ever seen him here. He really does everything he can to make this character feel believable. It never feels like he is playing a character. It feels like he is playing a real person, and he really never misses a beat when it comes to Nitram. You feel every single second of what he is feeling, and he just does such an amazing job. And anytime this character erupts, it is so terrifying to witness, and it's because of how believable he really does feel, and he just does such an amazing job, embodying such a tough character. And it's very terrifying, but he just does such an excellent job with it here. Judy Davis is also fantastic in this movie because she's playing this mom that you can tell is really trying to be there for her son and wants his best interests at heart. But at the same time, you can tell that she's kind of spiteful because she didn't really want to really be a mother. And you can see the hardships that she's kind of had to deal with in doing so, and how neglectful that she had, and how this has really, caused her to act the way that she does. I think the movie does a really good job with that. Anthony LaPaligula is really great here too as Nitram's father. Very hard role to pull off, but he does a great job. Essie Davis is not in this movie all that much, but for the screen time that she has, she does a really great job. She's a very integral character for the time that she's there. She plays a very important role in this film, and she definitely does make a pretty big impression. So all the performances, I think, end up being very strong here. But the directing from Justin Kurzel also cannot go unnoticed in this movie, because he's another big part of why this film works so well, why it ends up being so effective. Because the one thing that I really do want to take note of in this movie is that, so many films like this would try to sensationalize what's going on here, would try to make a spectacle out of everything, and Kurzel could not be any further from that. He presents this in such an authentic and such a raw manner. He really did all he could here to not make a spectacle out of this. He really did all he could here to not try to Hollywood this, Hollywoodize this in any way. The way that he goes about this movie, he gives you this sense of hopelessness throughout. From the beginning of the film, you feel like there's no saving this character. There is no preventing what's going to happen. Where this character is going to go is inevitable. And he really just does a great job of also empathizing with the tragedy behind everything. You feel so terrible that this ended up happening, that anyone allowed this to happen, that nobody tried to, do anything to prevent this whole situation. And I think the writing here is just very impressive in that sense. While this character is at the front and center of the movie, again, we're never trying to sympathize with him. We're always trying to, see what drives him to that point, but the movie's never trying to get you on his side in any way. And I think that's something that this movie just does a really excellent job with. And my God, once we go to those darker places, it is easily one of the most effective I've ever seen. The last 30 minutes are so hard to watch. I mean, you really are just having a very hard time watching it because of just how uncomfortable it is, but it's handled in such a tasteful manner, and the way they decided to go about it, I felt like was the best way they really could have. And I mean, this is a story that, I really didn't know anything about going in, but when you watch it, just how startlingly relevant a lot of this film is, especially with, recent events, how bad, how bad things are, not just within this country, but, all over the world in terms of, gun violence and things like that. The movie just does a really excellent job with that in that way, and you really do see in this film, this is somebody who never should have had access to this to begin with. The way that this whole thing went down, it's baffling, and there's so much that could have prevented it from happening, but it happened. And I think this film, while it's telling a story that happened all the way back in the 80s, this still very well could happen today. And I think that's what this movie is trying to get at, is that not much has really changed. Yes, in other countries it has changed a little bit, but within our current state, things are still kind of the same, and I really like the way this movie did end up going about that. I think this is just a very impressive film that I think a lot more people need to be talking about. It is very hard to watch. It is very intense. The cinematography also is fantastic here. It's very foreboding in that way, but again, it feels very raw. The other thing that really sticks out about this movie that I think a lot of people are not going to be prepared for is that there is no score to this film. It pops up every so often, but most of the time, this movie is told in utter silence, and I think that just adds to the, again, feeling of despair that you feel throughout this entire film. Everything feels so lost in that way, and I think they just do such an incredible job with that. So yeah, this film is just absolutely phenomenal. I really wish more people were talking about it. It is easily one of the best that I have seen all year. It's easily, I think, the best film I'm talking about within this entire video. I really wish more people were talking about this one, but unfortunately, it has been severely overlooked by so many people, but it's easily one of the best portrayals, I think, of this that you really will ever see. I think in a time where there are a lot of movies about gun violence and things like that, this film really, I think, handles it in the best way that it possibly could, especially because it's not really about the event. It's about what drives somebody to that point and kind of like seeing it through his eyes, but again, never trying to sympathize with him. You don't want to focus on this character. You know, you're terrified that you're focusing on this character, but I really love what this movie ended up doing. It's easily, I think, the most overlooked film of the year so far. So yeah, A for Nitram. Really wish more people were discussing this one. Like I said, I can understand if some people do not want to watch this just because of how terrifying and uncomfortable so much of the subject matter is, but I guarantee you, if you check this out, it is very much worth it. Such an amazing film. Knight's End is the Shudder film of March, and to be honest, I don't have a lot to say about this one. This is one of those movies where some of these Shudder movies, I think, have been very effective. When they are at their best, they're able to tell these sort of shorter stories in a, more condensed manner than usual, but they're able to really shed light on, like, smaller directors that haven't really gotten a chance to be in the spotlight. Knight's End is really the first one I watch of these where this feels like something that probably would have been better served as a short film. There really isn't all that much going on when it comes to this film. It really is just this guy, he moves into this apartment, he ends up, hearing something over the radio about something that's gonna go down. He eventually hires this, like, stranger to perform this exorcism, and, the whole movie is pretty much building up to what is really going to happen, and it's just not particularly interesting to watch. I will say, I think Gino Walker's performance is very good here. He does a good job of getting you attached to this character, but there are other performances here that really just do not work here at all. Michael Shannon is utterly wasted in this movie. He has almost nothing to do here. You wonder why an actor of his caliber is even in this movie, so I don't think they utilized him very well. And also Jennifer Reeder's directing. I just think that as a director, she just needed to do a much better job of having a handle on what is she really trying to do with this film? What is she really trying to communicate? It's very hard to tell. This is one of those movies that just feels very aimless while you're watching it. You don't really know where this is really going, and when it eventually does end up going to getting to its points, it just feels very underwhelming in that way. So yeah, I really don't have too much to say about this one. It's also mercifully short at only 81 minutes. It definitely needed to be a lot longer. The writing isn't that great here. It also feels very cheaply made. Like, when the movie does start to dive more into its horror aspects, it really doesn't do a good job of that at all. There's not a single thing about this movie that is scary. It's much more of like a comedy than anything, but this just really didn't end up working for me all that much. I remember I watched it in the second it ended, and I'm like, I'm gonna forget about this like instantly, and that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm honestly having a hard time remembering what even happened in this movie, other than I just found it to be utterly forgettable and something that probably would have been better served as like a short film. So yeah, this one really isn't anything that great. B- for Knight's End. Like I said, support Shudder, support all the great things they have going on there, but this one really isn't anything to write home about at all. Seven Days is another COVID movie, which I think, again, people are going to get very tired of. But this one, I think, actually does have some charm to it, mostly because of its two lead actors. Both Geraldine Viswanathan and Karen Soni are both fantastic actors. We've seen that before, but they also work very well together. I think these two have a very strong chemistry. They are able to elevate the material that both of these characters have, which isn't really all that much in retrospect. But their chemistry is undeniable. You really do feel attached to both of them, and I think that's really what does make this film work. I think the movie does focus on the idea of isolation very well. Both of these characters are feeling a bit trapped. There's stuff that they want to do and that they're not able to do, and I think this movie does dive into that aspect quite well. And like I said, I think the chemistry is very strong between both of them. I don't really have a ton to say about this one, other than I think that the writing is, for the most part, strong here. There are definitely moments where the film does drag, but I think for what it does, they do a good job. With Geraldine Viswanathan's character, in particular, I think does have some very interesting stuff going on with her. There's some interesting revelations revealed about her character that I think are well done. You know, you see these two characters who are kind of forced to stick together, and at first they don't really like each other all that much, but they really start to learn more about each other, and there's something that's endearing about that, and I think this movie does do a good job. It does feel like there's not a lot they're able to do with this because of the fact that they don't have a lot to work with just because of COVID and things like that. But I think they were able to get a mileage out of this film. They were able to do more than some COVID films have done, and that's something I will definitely appreciate. Roshan Sethi's directing is also very well done here. It feels like that she's really trying to communicate something different, that he's really trying to communicate something different, and that's something that I really did appreciate. So overall, yeah, I had fun with this one. I don't have really a ton to say about it, but I do think it is worth checking out. B- for 7 days. Fun, definitely one that I think is worth watching for sure. Alright, so we finally have the last film we're talking about, in this video at least, and that is Moonshot, and honestly, this film really isn't anything that great. Right off the bat, this is a movie that is completely inaccessible at this point, because HBO Max decided to remove it from its service for some reason, even though it's an original movie, and it's probably one that people were eventually gonna check out, but whatever. Yeah, this movie really isn't anything that great. I think both Lana Condor and Cole Sprouse do a good job here. Cole Sprouts' character in particular, I actually really liked in this film. I think he really is someone to watch this movie for. He's this character who, he has this dream of going to space. This is something that really does drive him. Everything he cares about, is pretty much about going to space. Everything else takes precedent. There have been relationships that he's in that hasn't really worked out because of the fact that he's had to go to space and things like that, and that kind of takes precedence over everything, and I think Sprouts does a good job of playing this character. You latch onto him, you admire how much passion this guy has for what he does, and I think that they do a really good job of that, and for a while, the film did kind of have me. Seeing him go on his eventual journey that he does, I think is really well done. Unfortunately, I cannot say that about Lana Condor's character. I like Lana Condor as an actress a lot. I think she's very likable. I think she's very good in movies like this, but her character is honestly kind of boring here. There really isn't much to latch onto when it comes to her. It's a very typical story where she herself is in this relationship, and she has this boyfriend that's also been to Mars, and it seems like at first the two of them have a really nice relationship, but then she starts to find out more, and there really isn't much to her character beyond that. It really feels like she's just kind of the reactionary role here, and the chemistry between these two I didn't really feel like was all the way there. I thought they worked okay together on their own, but the chemistry, when they tried to start to force more of a romantic connection between the two, it just didn't really work as well as I had hoped. I think if they had kept them as friends, I would have preferred that a lot more, because I just don't think the romantic chemistry was really there. But the movie is definitely charming. It's not one where your time is ever wasted or things like that. There are some good performances here as well. Emily Rudd, Mason Gooding, Zach Braff doesn't really have much to do, but for what he does, I think he does an alright job in this movie. The cinematography is also very good here. When you're in space, you're not in space very long, but most of the time you are within this ship, and I think it is well filmed. You know, you feel like you want to learn more about the spaceship. You want to go alongside both of these characters. And I think they do a really good job with that. The writing just isn't the strongest at points. Like I said, I think the character of Walt is very well written. I found myself latching onto his character, but the character of Sophie, it just wasn't really there. And I think if they would have done a better job at developing both of these characters, I think this movie would have been a lot more worthwhile overall. But unfortunately, that is just not really the case. The film can also be very generic. It goes into a lot of cliche directions that you're expecting for a film like this, and it doesn't really do much more than that. It does, again, have some good messages, I think, about like your passion and achieving your goals and things like that, but also, you know, being able to still fall in love, being able to have these relationships. I think that's something else that the movie does do an all right job with, but as a whole, I just found this to be kind of forgettable. I didn't really think it was anything that great. It definitely does have its moments, and you know, like I said, I think that overall, though, I think the film is just kind of basic. It's not really anything that special. It's a very, like, typical romantic comedy, but for what it is, I think the film is all right. It's not a film that I think you will feel like your time was completely wasted, but compared to some of the other romantic comedies I spoke about, I feel like it's just missing a little bit. The story itself is there in some regards, but in some regards it's not. The way the movie ends is also very predictable. You can pretty much kind of come up with every single beat that this movie is going to go through. There's nothing in this film I found like, oh, this is a really cool direction that they're going in. Nothing really like that at all. So yeah, this is just a very just average romantic comedy that I don't really have all that much to say about. It just kind of sucks that HBO Max is just very unceremoniously removing stuff from their platform and not really giving it a chance. It kind of makes you wonder why you even acquired that film in the first place. Why did you decide to distribute this movie if you weren't going to even take the time to promote it? And this is not a problem that's just solely about HBO Max. This is happening a lot with other streaming services. I feel like that's why a lot of these movies aren't doing well. I feel like that's why a lot of these movies don't turn out to be all that great, because they don't really take the time to promote them or anything like that. But yeah, not really much more to say about Moonshot. C+, very forgettable, and just wish more people had a chance to see it, because I don't think it's... I do think it's a movie that I think a lot of people would have enjoyed, but, you know, that's a whole different discussion. But yeah, as a movie, it's not really anything that great. Oh my god, we finally wrapped this up. So yeah, those are all of the movies from January through March that were what I watched. I apologize that this video is so fucking delayed, but I promise you, I am going to take the next month to try to catch up. I know I've been saying that, but I really do want to take the time to do that here. I really want to do what I can to make sure that I am fully caught up by the end of this month. I have a couple more what I watched to do. I'm going to do one for April through May. I'm going to do one for June, and then I already filmed my one in July, so I have that done. I'll just upload that whenever it's ready, and then I am going to do one for August as well, and then I should pretty much be caught up from there in terms of what I watch videos. There are other reviews that I know I need to get done, but I wanted to make sure that this video was done because it was constantly haunting me, and I wanted to make sure that I did get it done when I did. But that's it for this video. Hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, comment down below, let me know what you guys thought of any of these movies whatsoever. Love to hear your thoughts on them. We'll see you guys in my next video, and we'll see you guys for that. Okay, bye.